and if it's fine, then yeah, we'll try and Can you come just take photo? Just talking, no, like actually talking about,
I can't be serious.
Why?
Yeah, I can't be
You want to
serious.
laugh?
Yes.
I also want to. Thank you.
Present, come on.
Present day South Africa. It's about 4 hours drive by car, so we can't take you in time. But it's in the end 950 Africans who play with many other parts of the world.
Hello, DKM, can you hear me?
We must not record, we must not finish, we must cut off the camera. Yeah, we must not go there, we said we must not go there. Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
No, Tepo. They are saying we cannot feel it. We must not record. We must not record.
It's a content issue, not.
We were told. I thought you were getting a pay from you guys. No, we don't have to record this. We were told now. Then the other part.
The currency is cowrie shells. They used to be able to trade. And then these were all
Slaves were from many parts, and you'll see the echoes with African natives.
We'll get it from where?
Over here on the left, we've got icons. Mom Lillian Roy, who obviously was one of the chief women that delivered the demand for emancipation. So now that now starts leading us into the voices who are icons that started pushing back on colonialism, enslavement, and so forth. Yeah, Julius Nyerere is here, Ahmed Baba himself, and obviously Thomas Sankara, and we also have Imhotep, the first physician to be known, right? Mathematician. Imhotep was the person instrumental in building the pyramid of Giza. An African man looked just like us. Okay? Then on the now with all of that having happened, with slavery coming in, land gets dispossessed, and there's a whole drive to try and push back from saying we won't be colonized, we won't be enslaved. we will fight back. On the right-hand side here is the famous battle of Sangwana that took place in 1879, where the British lost the first non-conventional army at Boston. Right? Now here is this is from Radio Freedom, and this is the best way of being able to broadcast and communicate amongst
Trying to open the room so that they can move fast.
Congress out of Lusaka. So the radio was huge. Technology was used to be able to broadcast, to conscientize folks to say we all fight back. That's what we boss. And here on the right hand side we have Interest of Liberty, where you really find all the bring to this narrative on the narrative. So, okay, as I was talking about the issue of pushing back, is that solidarity, there was huge international solidarity where folks started leaving South Africa into the continent to get help. Obviously, with 1957, where Kwame Nkrumah led Ghana into independence, we started seeing a lot of African states assisting other African states to be able to emancipate, right? To push back on colonialism. I'm not going to read all of this. You've got more time. And on your right-hand side, there is an Interest of Liberty exhibition, which talks about young people following the calls of Nelson Mandela and to take up arms.
Thank you.
So maybe just talk to this one. This was the route used by ANC activists during the period. Over to you, Manta.
Yeah, so people, you had to be able to fight back against apartheid. Folks had to go and get trade outside, right? So there were a lot of routes that were taken through Botswana. Botswana was another escape route. Swaziland was another escape route to go and get training. But folks would leave South Africa, get into other neighboring countries, and I mean this is a great trek. You see how Tanzania also became a center of folks being able to train. Angola becoming one as well. And into passed to Dar es Salaam, into Kenya, and folks were trained, in Egypt. There's an image of Nelson Mandela, you see him there. That's him in Nigeria, right? Getting trained. The fellow in the sunglasses there. That's Nelson Mandela.
Let's go for space.
Okay, let's move.
It is also said that, it is said that if you had not gone through the halls of jail and prison, you will not have time to decided on African joint meetings. If you did go through the halls of being in prison, then you will not talk about prison. I know you've been through those halls many times. Okay, now we move to which is one of the we talk about
No. Sorry. Can we open?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry,
open
please.
Up.
selling clothes, buying clothes, exchanging clothes, and if we move this way, presidents, these are factory and colleagues. These are very modern factories we built. These are all brand new.
On those machines,
Mr. President, they're all, these factories, we built 5 of them in the last 36 months, employed 3,000 more South Africans. Prestige Clothing started in 1989. Prestige Clothing was a micro business, grew into a small business, became a business, and in March 2021, they had 1,300 employees. Today, they have 3,300 employees. So in 50 months, 3,000 new jobs in 5 new plants. Many of them are older factories that are pulling on absorbed, modernized, and today we make suits that are ready for export.
So we now own what used to be House of Manati. Yes, they've taken that over. So Frida Oosthuizen, Ipsatu treasurer, employed by them. I unionized Graham Choice many years ago. Thank you. He was.
Thank you.
How are you?
Ngiyaphila unjani?
Akusebenzeki. Like what's going on?
Kungcono ke nawe uma ungakwazi ukusebenza it's good.
Yeah. Oh, that's kind of improving.
kgone ho pusha ka ba re ya ka ne ya iso
Going here now.
so ken na umrawa ha ken
Wait till from here. Straight here.
Sorry. He's asking about Mercedes-Benz. Can I stop him here?
From here.
My man. The top.
Yes. Can you hear? You see, there are a lot of
You back?
This is like
he's in a live feed to television. So it's now not stable.
Send some city.
Thank you very much. A moment, please.
Okay.
A moment, please.
Nadia?
Mark, right here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Easy.
Picture moment, please.
Wow. Don't push the ambassador.
Thank you.
You squeeze me in?
Yeah, sure. I want to squeeze
You'll
you in.
squeeze me here, I'm
It's
sure.
a privilege
yes.
to have you.
Yes, good.
They all want the picture moment with you.
Fantastic. Much appreciated.
Thank
you very much. Thank you.
Turn around.
To see again. Can you go around?
Yes. Just another picture, Mr. President.
Oh.
Yes, Raoul.
Please, give us passing.
So not only do we make cars, but also we do a number of components here in South Africa, which is the big generator of jobs in the economy. This, for example, is battery manufacturing. It's still the old technologies, but we hope we can also move to electric vehicle battery production. We're going to move fairly briskly, and I'm going to...
How many do you produce a year? Approximately 2 million. Oh, that's big.
So this is quite an important example here, President, because this harness on this side here comes from Botswana, and it's integrated into the story. I'm going to ask the CEO to just very briefly tell us the story in 1 minute.
Excellent. Good morning, Mr. President. So this is a company called Delta Automotive Technologies based in Lobatse in Botswana. We employ 600 people. We manufacture the electrical wiring harnesses for Volkswagen and Nissan, and the 2 Polo vehicles behind you are fitted with the electrical wiring harnesses from Lobatse, from Botswana, exported back into South Africa. In here we have the metal pressings for the catalytic converter industry.
How much wire goes into how long?
Approximately 1 kilometer.
1 kilometer.
Copper wire. Correct. And on this section we have metal pressings that we build for the catalytic converter industry, 100% exported between North America and South America. Both these plants, including our seeding plant, in the seeding plant, the seed behind you is ready for the case. That's currently produced in
Then moving on, we have here a company that does its business using products from other parts of the continent. But perhaps we move on a little bit. I can see the time is caught up with us. We move now into a company that makes the Prince fabrics, basically African motifs. And this particular set of patterns, I'm sure Ambassador Tai you'd want to take back to the United States.
Pushing yourself.
She's breathing new life and bringing energy for the production of fabrics. This is to be our biggest fabric manufacturer on the continent, and then because of imports, the plant
It's the master plan. The master plan has
Aramecho.
we move on.
When I remain this man cannot showcase his things. Go a little bit more.
You need one of these people with you.
Guys, can we give a space? Can we give a space again?
Little bit. Back a bit.
So what he's busy doing over here, this is one of the big differences, as you know, Mr. President, is our credentials around sustainability. So we found production processes that take out all of the chemicals from the way we certainly produce denim. And I'll ask Lawrence to maybe just weigh in a little bit on that.
Yeah, so besides bringing a great African story from the cotton fiber all the way to the finished product, we also have the world's most sustainable denim. So all of our cotton is sustainably sourced. We use no harmful chemicals. And we don't use sand blasting to create the effects. We use laser, which is much safer and prevents diseases like silicosis. The denim is, from the start to the finish, is completely sustainably produced. So no chemicals, harmful chemicals, nothing that's bad for the environment.
Mr. Bagatini, you've won the president's heart now.
This is a gift we want to give to you, and we'll get it sent over to you.
Wow,
So,
this is lovely. This is lovely, and is that the recent victory now?
Yes,
oh my, yes. Oh wow, this is lovely. Oh yes, in Stade de France, yes, on Saturday night. Wow. Excellent.
For the ambassador and for the minister, yeah, just to remember Africa.
Thank you very much.
Wow,
and
that's
one
lovely.
For our minister as well.
Wow.
There's another one for you, Mr. President.
Wow. Gee, this is.
So we could
amazing.
personalize it. We could personalize
Yes.
it. We could use anything.
Gee.
We have these machines in our stores, so our customers can go in and personalize it.
My daughter will love me even more.
I'll make sure she wears it.
We have an incredible localization programs structured. So what we do is currently almost 53% of what we make in our stores comes out of Africa, almost 33% specifically out of South Africa, and the balance we have an import transfer program where we're starting to create the capabilities through our various factories to produce a lot of the product that we're making offshore locally. We signed up to the master plan. We have a target of 65% local production, and we're working towards that, President.
Great leadership in the industry. They're really
Very good.
contributing great.
And this is a laser printing, whatever.
Engraving machine, yes.
What does it use? Cotton?
So what it uses infrared. It burns the design. Yeah, it takes out the dye stuff and burning the design.
And it burns it in.
And we have a scanner, so you can scan anything into it,
Wow.
and you can engrave it.
Gee, this is. I want to come and work here.
Thanks to the store, Mr. President. We've got it there.
Right. Sorry, no, sorry.
Are we going that side, sorry? Do we still have time then? We're taking the red one.
Company that does and the molten product will fall on you and be repelled by the fabric. We'll have to move immediately this side.
I can walk through fire with it.
Absolutely.
So what elements do you insert in here?
That is a state secret.
Just say
That's a state secret.
this is it.
It is definitely it. We also like to put 5 people there. 5 guys who work, mountain work, and people work.
This is incredible. How many countries do you export to?
67.
67. And growing.
And growing.
Okay, guys.
Cheers.
Then we've got companies here, footwear.
Where's Kuja?
Moving on.
you remember, I just also mentioned that the film is the last time. If we can consider the narrative well, we hope in future as we evolve, we will get the beautiful shoes.
No, thankful for.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, no.
No.
I spoke about it.
No, thank you. Move.
So on this side, you'll see a number of smaller businesses. Many of them are businesses that want to get into the US market. Increasingly, we're providing technical support and assistance to cross that first hurdle of familiarity with the US market. And time won't permit us to stop here, but there are a large number of these small businesses on display with absolutely wonderful product that is available.
Let's move.
Moving on. I want to see the tires.
Moringa, yes.
This is what they call fridge magnets. These are fridge magnets. From the cow, from the Ankwali cow.
Wow. From the Ankwali cow.
Yes, this one. The fridge, you see?
Is this the
Ankwali cow?
from the horn?
Yes, from the horn.
God.
Yes.
Yes. I'll get my guys to come and look out for that.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah.
By some of the products that are made here. Moving on, we've got a number of companies here. For example, on the right-hand side is a company that does various components, and they use rubber from West Africa.
I was worried you were going to knock this.
On the left-hand side on the right-hand side is Hulleman. This company does the. Let me give you 1 minute to tell your story. There's a certain well-known American company they can't mention by name. It's a car maker. The head of that company was born in South Africa. You connect the dots.
Basically, we used to supply the bottom plate for the plate packs, and all those bottom plate packs came from our plant in South Africa.
And this is the aluminum that we want to get into the US market to strengthen US manufacturing and support jobs in the United States, but we need to get the product into that market. Moving on.
We will.
We have a number of other component makers. I'm going to ask if we can move rapidly through here because of time. We wish we had an additional hour, but we don't. And we then move here on the right-hand side. You'll see a big truck FAW that is assembled in South Africa. Turning to the left here, this is a great story also about integration. This is a tire manufacturer. And you'll see there, President and Ambassador, a blob of rubber that comes from Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, Ghana, from West Africa basically, and it's then transformed through these processes. We have carbon black that is now produced in South Africa that goes into it, and you see the various stages of the manufacture of tires coming up with the final products actually. So this is again an integrated African story of using supply chains to pull together opportunities for the continent. And these are the big car tire manufacturers, Bridgestone and Continental, Goodyear, Sumitomo, which we know locally as rubber. Well, I'll visit this. The president is something of a car buff. And I always make the mistake when we get the president close to cars and components, the schedule goes haywire.
businesses. We go straight at some small companies, we go right to...
Did you see a few small companies, businesses like this production example? On the right hand side is a company that does bulletproof vests and clothing that are used by security forces in many parts of the world. There's a chocolate maker there also, and they're ready to serve you with some chocolates, President. And we want to now connect them with Cote d'Ivoire. The minister from Cote d'Ivoire is here. At the moment they get their chocolate from Belgium, Minister Soleimani. We need Cote d'Ivoire to be supplying the chocolate directly to them rather than to send the cocoa to Belgium and then it comes all the way back from Belgium here and are made into these tasty chocolates. So President, if you have a sweet tooth, there are, but we will later. And this one is the bulletproof clothing that is made for our own security services and a number of other African countries.
Wonderful.
Based in Cape Town for 35 years and going strong.
How many people do you employ?
We employ about 120, but we've got space for another 500.
So these are the kind of small and medium businesses that thrive on a conducive ecosystem. To open the net air plant where it does the wire harnessing.
Hello, how are you?
It's the biggest component manufacturer in South Africa. And Feltex similarly.
Come and get a job there.
They do components, for example, the flooring mats and panels and various other products for the auto industry. On the right-hand side, President, they will never forgive me if I don't show you the product.
Yes. Mr. President, welcome.
So you're making wine?
Yes,
wow.
the Zulu girls wine
From
KZN, born and bred.
So now where do you make this wine?
Western Cape.
Western Cape.
In the Paarl, to be precise. Yes. Yes.
Wow, Zulu girl.
The girls are from KZN, born and bred. Yes.
So did you grow up drinking wine?
We are the Zulu girls.
Yeah, did you grow up drinking wine?
She's always been the third girl in our relationship. Yes.
That's fantastic.
We'd like to offer you one to try at home, so we don't know who's going to have it.
There will be someone.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yes.
Let's move, please.
So we have a mellow and we have a 7 plant. Yeah, so our mellow is a 90% mellow, but 10% Cape. Beautiful and easy on the palate with the dark fruits, plums and berries, and with the touch of hint. Stunning. I know, right? You feel like drinking it now. It's very appetizing. And offer you
not in the morning, not in the morning.
7 young
still have to go and speak English.
Your creative juices will start flowing.
Can I pull the president away from that liquid, that dangerous liquid there?
Stay here the whole day.
And then we come here where we have a company, VM Automotive. And you saw the beautiful Mercedes Benz earlier. Those door panels, the side panels are all produced by a black South African company. And then moving on this way, you'll see other smaller businesses. These are companies in niche production from products that you'll see here in the hair industry. And all of these companies are now the ones that we're trying to get into the export market. There's a company that does consumer tech and smartwatches.
Fragrance and sanitizer. You can. Sorry.
Okay. Wow.
From smelling to smart watches, President, that are assembled here.
Business Soweto, 100% black owned. We do smartwatches for health purposes, for sports purposes at Orlando East. Yes, in Soweto. And this is our brand, Koi, for Koi Sons. We are funded by Telkom, and we are a year old, and we are hoping to take the world by storm.
You will?
Yeah.
Smart phones.
Smart watches, smart glasses as well. They do quite a lot. You can speak, they've got camera, they've got built-in microphone. So instead of using traditional wireless earphone, you can now use smart glasses. But our flagship product is Koi Apple Watch 1.
So how many do you produce a year?
We are still very much new. We started at 1,000. We work with international component suppliers. We want to build a factory at home, but because we are still new, we import some of the stuff.
The exhibition.
Sharp program. We are. Put your daughter when you do this. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, easy. Oh,
yeah, you're changed.
Which studio? Press briefing?
But like now, if that is allowed, we can as well work on the issue of similar to meet we normally don't export much our own here in Botswana. So I think from that, our people needs to move that part. And then on clothing and apparel, probably get to
yeah, this is you can take a look at
because I think people want to do everything from here, and sometimes it doesn't happen in China, doesn't want to look after American consumers by giving them South African products.
They charge much more than
Moving on. So there are companies, women-owned businesses run by entrepreneurial women that's taking local markets by storm and are going to be growing into new markets. You'll see here, President, also furniture makers. We don't want you to sit on these chairs because you're not going to get up again.
Please, it's locally made, it's manufactured
Sit on the chair.
in Joburg, the city. Please.
Wow.
This is 100%.
Wow, this is so comfortable.
Every content here is 100% locally made. This is recycled from the bottles. We are employing from the bottles.
Bottles?
PET bottles. PET bottles. PET bottles.
PET bottles.
Yes, recycled. 100%. Every content.
Hi, how are you?
Every content here is 100%.
Drink bottle.
Your plastic.
My plastic bottle.
Yes. We have about 300 youth, 90%. We are setting up a skills development that can consume about 100 unemployed as in yesterday, as in like tomorrow. We have taken this chair from
I've always said, like even on air, yesterday I was speaking to the guy who was Standard Bank as well, is so the emphasis when it comes to entrepreneurship is mostly around funding. But what I realize is the funding is...
We're able to employ from 80 to 270.
Wow. Then what? Access to market. Who's helping you with access to market? Who has the network? You have to definitely...
No.
Moving on.
Toto, work up here. Yes, yes.
So there are companies.
Yeah, work up here. Work up here.
Then. We're going to now turn here on the left-hand side is where the private sector forum took place yesterday. And so we're going to try to skip a few of these. This is a company manufacturing bolts and nuts that are used. On the left-hand side is one of our big food producers.
foresee pictures for us coming as well.
Transmission distribution. Excellent. Gee, these are big.
Then
big industry. Big industry. Very good.
we have food companies. Food companies like Premier Food on the left-hand side.
How are you? Good to see you. Thanks, man. Seen in a while.
Yeah.
You're getting younger by the day.
So what can I do?
What can I do? You go?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad you're here. Hello, man.
Import our things.
Okay.
We manufacture business.
What's up,
Right-hand side is a small drone. We'll show you another bigger drone in a moment on the left-hand side. Yes, we'll come to a bigger one in a moment. Okay.
Are we?
You do?
Mr. President?
He says there's a bigger one. This is quite
This is
battery
a
life.
civilian one.
Battery life.
But 3 hours.
3 hours.
Yeah.
Going round and
Yeah,
round.
persistent surveillance.
How high does it go?
Well, the Civil Aviation Authority limits us to 400 foot. So it's low.
Yes.
Yeah, so civilian use. So we can see what we need to see. Yeah.
Made here?
Yes. Yes.
The one that runs the
Move back, move back.
products that we make there, over there, those bundles. Yeah, and if you can just see, there's a big picture of it being transported, you know, it's behind that screen there onto superfacts and onto the vessel.
Yes.
Access to the European markets, the Asian markets, and the US market.
Yes.
And proudly made right here in South Africa. The largest primary aluminium producer in the Southern Hemisphere. It's right here in our own backyard.
How have you navigated your way around the tower?
It's a challenge. We obviously work very closely with Mr. President. And as you know, from time to time, they load shed us. That makes available this power to the rest of the country. So it acts as a virtual power station. You know,
How
so
much power do you use?
1,200 megawatts.
You're a big consumer.
Mr. President, can we ask please that you take a photo with the inside team? They are ready to take a photo. The inside team?
Is that the team?
Yes. Just get to the Hello?
It's just me.
Yes.
See?
Because what's on this side now?
Let's go back and turn this way.
Can we just agree
We're going.
Oh.
So here we have convent.
This is a 28 car, then you have any goes down. It's doing very well.
Yeah.
Okay, so this brand is doing very well. Nice support. Thank you for that. And it will be an honor and privilege to give that to further useful with us. 1 second. That's good.
Right. His trip.
Straight. Co-founder Mr. Maurice Madiba from the JSC.
Yes.
So this is a gift from us to you.
Okay.
If you could please enjoy.
Okay.
Best served chill.
The guys will take it, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
On this side, we come back to the car manufacturers. You'll see
This is Nissan.
Of course, I will
You
see you.
remember?
I will see you again.
This is the one you came to launch.
This is the
Nissan.
one, yes.
This one.
This one, yes.
Okay, wonderful.
How are you?
Mr. Minister?
How are you? Good to see you.
This is the one you launched.
drove,
yes.
yes.
And drove, indeed.
Drove.
Yes, yes.
So I didn't tell them I didn't get involved in an accident.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But the next thing I need to do is just... Now we must start to move. Let's move.
Need to make sure that he's
Let's move.
Can you please hang on?
Ambassador, on this side we have Toyota. This is our biggest
Toyota
car maker in the country.
Space, please.
Of course, this light commercial vehicle.
Hi, sir.
And
that's
how are you, sir? It's okay. Line product.
And the CIA is effect.
Yes.
Thank you
How
for
are
everything.
you? Good to see you.
The people get off at these connect them. So this is locally manufactured. This is one of the larger drones that I spoke about. It's the size of a because of time, we won't be able to.
You run this?
Correct. From the now.
Yeah, so it's
Oh,
the
just
Mr. President. How witnessed the one in yourself.
Good.
How
Great,
high
thank
do
you.
you go with this?
Well, this has a maximum altitude of 18,000 feet.
18,000.
18,000 feet. So about 16 hours.
16 hours in Jordan.
Very much so. It's a flagship product from Denel as far as the UAVs are
That's
concerned.
right. And the resolution of the pictures.
Very much so.
Very
It's
good.
live feedback to the ground station.
Yes.
To give you an idea, we can take a shot of a number plate from about 5,500 feet. You can get a shot of a number plate clearly, or face
Clearly.
identification.
Wow.
From about 6,000, 7,000 feet.
Phenomenal. I'll be coming to you now.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we're going to cut out some of the others. We're not going to show you the African restaurants, but we're going to. Time is
We'll come back to that.
Okay, but I don't think they could
Sima?
Oh. Yes, but they could touch the back of that door. It's okay.
Ila babula la bandara vez. Es más suerte al rojo.
I'm fine, Tata. We've got presents for you, please.
Okay. Is the ululating the present?
Yes, my president. My name is Mabafuken Nalana from Lesotho.
Okay.
Her name is Sister Julia Masina Mafike.
Eh.
Hence the name says.
Eh.
That we are here to say that in Lesotho we have been saying, "Hey!" This time you feel it directly. We are here to give you our products, Mr. President, and we believe that God is going to bless you with our stuff here.
Yes.
And then we've got our books. Sister, can you
Thank
give
you,
us
ma'am.
our books and everything?
Kale
That we
wame.
have a taste of everything. It's here, Dade.
Kale wame.
For your body.
Amen.
High blood pressure. And also, Dade, we are saying to you, this is a book.
About my
we were
body.
in Eswatini
Oh.
last month with Kim Muswati.
Yes.
Yeah, on a day before yesterday,
Arabu
we were
is Arabu-
with our
Tama, yes.
Kinchilits here.
Yes.
And what we are going to say, here is our wine. Thank you, Jesus!
Thank you,
Let's
ma'am.
move. Let's move. Let's move.
You're gonna get pushed. Lift it up. Guys, lift it up.
Let's move. That's great.
Hurry.
So on this side, move.
Use the locally produced glass that has just been produced. We restarted glass production in South Africa. That was the glass resin that
I used when I did
I don't know
some-
if it's crazy.
when I was thirsty.
That's the
Yeah.
one.
That's wonderful.
So it's now in full production.
It's in full production in the market.
Excellent. Wonderful.
Perfect.
Keep going. Keep going.
Then this is PepsiCo.
Hello, how are you?
And
very well, how are you?
They now have a number of other products. So PepsiCo is agreed to a very special arrangement where the employees in the company now hold stock in the company, and Coca-Cola, similarly, Heineken, a number of companies. So we're expanding the base of equity participation in our economy. Just last year alone, 140,000 additional employees obtained stock in their company.
Wonderful.
And in this time, we have another large food producer, Tiger. So again, a range of foods that they produce.
This is Tiger.
Yes.
This is Tiger.
Wonderful to meet you, President.
Wonderful, wonderful. Excellent.
South Africa's favorite brands.
Okay, you've got all
Yes,
those
we
brands.
export to 42 countries.
42 countries.
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you, South Africa.
Keep going. Morning, how are you?
Vivian from Nigeria.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we have some lovely products made from dates.
What do you make?
This is date powder, which you can use for your coffee.
Oh, yes.
And your tea. It's
Yes.
also date syrup.
Yes.
And we have some snacks we just want to present to you.
Thank you.
And say thank you for
Thank
this.
you.
Oh, sorry. And then
Thank you.
details are
Thank
there.
you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Everything.
Thank you.
Okay.
We just wanted to quickly show a photo here as we wrap up. There may be a person in the president that you recognize.
Thank you so much.
So this is the outer shell of the Heritage Walk. And that brings us here to the moment that unleashed what modern South Africa is about. And this ambassador accused of people in the very first election in South Africa in 1994. You may know this icon of South Africa. And there's a younger version of a certain personality there. And you've heard about the Freedom Charter, which was adopted by a range of people, the political parties, trade unions, women's organizations. That inspired South Africa's Bill of Rights. And so that Bill of Rights, the president was effectively the chief negotiator to put the Bill of Rights and the Constitution together. And that is as much time as we can afford. We're going to just now leave that way to the venue that we fridges, but they also now are producing an off-grid fridge. So fridges you can use without any grid power, so just off solar power. And that's produced in Ladysmith.
Yes, it's very good. So they use solar.
They use solar, yes. So it's a couple of panels. It comes with 3 panels, and so it's got its own direct connection. So even if you don't have a complete off-the-grid solution for your house, you can have an off-the-grid solution for your fridge and your refrigerator.
So your food stays fresh.
Exactly. Exactly.
Which is precisely what people were complaining about.
Exactly.
Sophie, be careful. Yes. Because you're one person who has perfected walking backwards. Be careful again. 2 more steps. Be careful. That's right. Excellent. We're going to hurry one at our age. Now we're not as a fall. Watch out. Careful. It's okay. This is a very important venue. This is where I was elected president of the ANC twice. This is where it all happened. Very good. First time to South Africa. Long time ago. Yes.
The COP conference that we organized in Durban.
Oh, you came to COP. Okay.
But of course, Ambassador's never been to Cape Town, so she hasn't really seen the
I haven't really had a feel of South Africa. Cape Town. Yes. Where do we go now?
Because of time.
Let's
We're
not
going to go
stop.
plenary because of time. Yes.
Where is that? Yes?
Then are you happy?
Yeah. Are you happy?
I'll give it to him as he goes up.
Yeah, that's having a little mod.
It's amazing how you all keep up. I would not be able to keep up. Agreements. Wonder, how do you various
Because trade ministers, Ambassador Tai and Ashid,
yes.
They love talking.
They love talking.
And Ambassador Tai was our counterpart making the big breakthrough on the WTO trips.
Yes.
Because that was very complex. The dynamics in many developed economies. So we worked very, very closely to try to ensure that we can save lives. And those, as the President was very, very actively thinking through the strategic issues. Of course, President Ramaphosa was the African Union champion on access to vaccines and diagnostics and therapeutics in that period.
I think that's the most important contribution we've made so far to supply chains.
Und so it's a mess. You'll just have to be patient with me. Mr. President, I'll request that you remain standing so that we can then take the national anthem when everybody is ready. May I then request us to stand at attention as we sing the national anthems of the Republic of South Africa, the African Union, and the United States of America.
Sons and daughters
Thank you. You may all be seated.
Merci. Vous pouvez
Muito obrigado. Sentem-se, faz favor.
His Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa.
Sua Excelência, Presidente Ramaphosa.
Your Excellency,
Sua
Ambassador
Excelência,
Catherine
Embaixador
Tai,
Catherine
of the
Tai,
United
dos
States
Estados
of
Unidos da América,
America, the Trade Representative.
representante do
Your
comércio.
Excellency, my
Sua
colleague,
Excelência, meu
Honorable
colega,
Ibrahim Patel, the Minister of
Ilustre
Trade,
Patel,
Industry and
Ministro
Competition
do Comércio e Competição da República da África do Sul.
Your Excellency,
Sua
Mr. Albert
Excelência,
Michanga, the African
Albert
Union
Michanga,
Commissioner for Economic Development,
do
Trade,
Desenvolvimento
Tourism,
Econômico, Turismo
and Minerals.
e Indústria e Minérios.
Your Excellency,
Sua Excelência,
Mr. Wamkele Mene,
Senhora
Secretary General of the African
Secretário-Geral da Zona Livre de Comércio
Your
da África,
Excellencies, Trade Ministers of the
Ministro dos
AGOA member
32 países da AGOA, Vice-Ministros da República da África do Sul,
Your
Sua
Excellency, the
Excelência,
Premier of Gauteng,
Governador, portanto, da Gauteng, o Ilustre
Honorable Don Graves, the
Lissoufo,
US
Don
Secretary
Graves,
of Commerce,
Vice do Comércio, embaixadores, presidentes, líderes das organizações dos países, portanto, da Acordo da AGOA, líderes da organização de países do comércio e líderes da sociedade civil. Sejam bem-vindos à África do Sul. O meu nome
é... I'm the minister in the presidency, and I will be the program director for this opening ceremony. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to South Africa, Johannesburg, and Nasrec Expo Center. The location of Nasrec is important to the story of the resilience of South Africa. Within the precinct of Nasrec, there's FNB Stadium, the host of the historic 2010 Football World Cup, the first ever World Cup to be hosted on the African soil, which showcased that Africa's ability to compete on an equal footing, if given a chance to participate, is great. Nasrec Expo Center is a stone throw away from Soweto, the largest, it hosts 3 million people, and oldest township in South Africa, which until 1976, its population could have only temporary resident status where they were serving as a workforce for the city of Johannesburg. Although Soweto still remains amongst the poorest areas, the economy of Soweto has grown through investments, and it currently contributes 3.7% or about 3.7 billion to the economy of Gauteng. And this is testament to that with sustainable and focused investments, there's an opportunity to build stronger communities together. Mr. President, I will not be doing my part if I do not inform the representatives of the more than 32 African countries who are AGOA member countries, the leaders of business, labor, civil society represented here, and Ambassador Tai, that South Africa and Africa are the home of the record-breaking 4 times World Rugby Champions. I didn't hear the applauses. We call them the Springboks, Amabokobok, Dibokes. They attained the feat through a back-to-back title defense, another world record on its own. They were motivated by the slogan, "Stronger Together." This winning team is the most diverse in terms of the demographics of South Africa, and some of their best players, including their captain,
Les capitaines devaient surmonter donc, les diversités personnelles pour atteindre donc, l'arène internationale de la Coupe du Monde. Leur résilience et la détermination devraient être donc, la réaffirmation de la réalisation tant de l'administration sud-africaine et des États membres de l'AGOA et des États-Unis d'Amérique, dont nous pouvons être ensemble, forts ensemble dans ce contexte pour travailler de forma diligemment pour renforcer
a extensão
et aussi élargir la participation à d'autres
países africanos
mais aussi
e também
de les rendre
tornar
plus
isso mais
bénéfique donc, à la
beneficente
participation.
aos países participantes.
Call for Gugu Zenze, who is going to lead us into a cultural performance. And I will tell you about Gugu Zenze when she is done performing. What I can divulge first is that she is 11 years old of age. And she's not at school today because she's on national duty. There will be a catch-up program for her.
schon Gentin spricht, ist unsere Figur. Schon durch die Molle und dann mich die virtuelle Tennertan mich da wie so wie lieber Marquis und und see so wie Bilder an die Hands und Füße. Die Schau so wie Bilder an die Hands und Füße. Und sie überall seit komischen verwaden wohl. Ja, jetzt das Hausgehe, wenn da kein See, wenn die schon gehe.
Thank you, Gugu. Another
Merci,
round of applause
Gugu.
on Gugu.
Encore des applaudissements pour Gugu. Et elle est saluée par
Of her
le président.
rapporteur. She was identified by our Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Honorable Notawe Mafu. She hails from Eastern Cape in Buffalo City Metro, East London. She's a grade 5 learner at Hudson Park Primary School. She has done radio and TV interviews on SABC, ENCA, Newsroom Africa, UK TV stations. She has been on shows on Mnet TV, Der Blanche, with Claire Mawisa and Umhlobo Wenene. She has also shared the stage with John Legend in the Main Lane Sun Arena. She has performed in Tanzania, in Kenya, Nairobi. She has performed at the Netball World Cup Quad Series in Cape Town in January 2023, and she led the national anthems of England, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa at those games. She also performed at the ICC in the East London when they were doing and sang the national anthem for South Africa for the World Cup draw of the World Netball Cup that we hosted earlier. She had a documentary about her ad on SABC2 from the 2nd to the 11th of October, and represented South Africa she'll represent South Africa in the competition in Russia, Moscow in November. And Mr. President, I think soon we're going to also be the home of opera. She follows on the great footsteps of Pretty Yende. It is now my honor to invite my colleague, Honorable Ibrahim Patel, our Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, to make his remarks.
Your Excellency, President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellency, Ambassador Catherine Tai, our Program Director today, Minister Kumbutso Nchaveni, Excellencies, Ministers, Ambassadors, leaders from business, labor, and civil society, I join my colleague in welcoming you to this 20th AGOA Forum on Trade and Economic Cooperation. I welcome you to Young Africa. I welcome you to this forum that's an important signal of the value we attach to this relationship. It is organized around a theme. The theme, partnering to build a resilient, sustainable, and inclusive AGOA to support economic development, industrialization, and quality job creation. Today's event brings together 14 major activities under the umbrella of the AGOA Forum. More than 1,000 years ago, 4 hours drive from here, there was a settlement of producers, Africans, who traded with the rest of the world. The kingdom of Mapungubwe is an example of many kingdoms that traded with each other and reached out to the world. Trade is in our DNA. Trade has been fundamental to who we are as Africans. Colonialism left deep scars, interrupted and distorted the development of African society. Our trade and investment project is aimed at forging an economic unity of Africans, of addressing the legacy of colonialism that left Africa with small, divided nation states and with fragmented markets. And yes, this has contributed to weak economic performance. And to address this, we combat the legacy of history with the aim of increasing trade between African countries, with goods genuinely made on the African continent, and then to reach out to friends and to partners across the world.
It is about taking a step away from the neo-colonial history of Africans selling goods largely made elsewhere in the world. This AGOA Forum's rationale can be summed up in a few numbers. It speaks, yes, powerfully to our challenge, but also very strongly to our potential. It is about Africa's place in the world. Africa has 17% of the world's population, yet accounts for only 3% of world trade. And if I take a proxy of industrialization like steel and car production, it accounts for less than 1% of global output. This is the challenge, and it's also the opportunity. An opportunity summed up by the mission to industrialize our continent, to manufacture more, to grow more, to trade more with each other and with the rest of the world. And trade has played a role throughout history. Trade has been the engine that's connected humanity and linked communities. Trade exposed our ancestors to new ideas, to new ways of doing things, to new products. Across Africa, for many centuries, the continent was characterized by a network of trade routes that was used to facilitate the flow of goods among Africans, trading in many products, including gold and salt, beads and carvings, ivory and gum, metalworks and textiles. African traders crisscrossed the many lands in search of markets for their goods. Africa had strong trade links with other regions too, in particular the Middle East, Asia, and our products found their way into Europe. From the ancient centers of learning like Alexandria and Timbuktu, to the northern civilizations in Egypt and Carthage, the western kingdoms of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, the trans-Saharan trade routes, the eastern trading centers of Zanzibar, Mombasa, and Mogadishu, to the ancient southern civilizations of Great Zimbabwe and Mapungubwe, Africa had platforms through which it traded with itself, produced goods, developed, and engaged the world. We can change the legacy of the colonial period. The AGOA Forum is an opportunity to renew, to refresh, to strengthen relationships. I have taken the President and the Ambassador now on a walk through African history and contemporary African economies. It has showcased what we can do. It has told the painful history, but it's also said history is shaped by us. The legacy of the past is not the destiny of the future. And so the AGOA Forum celebrates also successes in AGOA, and it points to what we need to do more and differently. In 2022, AGOA beneficiaries together exported about $30 billion worth of goods to the United States. More than a third of that went through the US, to the US through AGOA and its related programs. And I mentioned to the business community that when you look on an American high street and you see people wearing clothing, that clothing may have been made in Kenya, in Madagascar, in Lesotho, in Mauritius. And when you want to have a refreshing beverage, the tea, the coffee, and the cocoa would have come from Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Cote d'Ivoire. And when you have that ice cream, the vanilla in it would have come from Madagascar. And when you grow American products, the fertilizer may have come from Nigeria. And for those who love their fish, it may have come from Senegal. And if you like the fruits to wash it all down, and you need a vehicle to take you to the store, that fruit would have come from South Africa, that vehicle would have been manufactured here on the African continent. And so as we look forward, we celebrate in what the AGOA Forum is so much. This is the main forum. It brings together trade ministers. But we've built a broader ecosystem around it. They include dialogue, places where we can share ideas. We've had a private sector forum, a forum of African trade ministers, a labor forum bringing the voices of American and African workers together, the first labor forum held as part of AGOA, a fitting moment to celebrate the labor of workers across the world. We have had a civil society forum drawing on many voices, many interests, the plurality of our communities and our societies. We've had forums on technical issues like standards. But trade is not only about the exchange of widgets. It's about building societies. So we've also celebrated in this AGOA period, in this forum, our history and showcased our economies. We did a heritage walk showcasing artifacts and stories from African history, film and music. You will find the origin of humanity, the great kingdoms, the trading cities, the story of gold, the fight for freedom against colonialism, and the reconstruction of modern Africa. You will find a Made in Africa exhibition drawing together more than 500 businesses, large and small, township and industrial district. You will find their food and fashion, steel and cars, medicine and chocolates. You will find drones and three-wheeler electric vehicles. And there are stands with African cuisine for you to taste and experience the food of Mozambique, the spiciness of Ethiopia, the jollof rice of West Africa, and the varied tastes of South Africa. Yesterday, I asked in the African ministers meeting that we finally settle the age-old fight, a fight that has divided Africans, the fight about where is genuine jollof rice from? Is it from Ghana? Is it from Nigeria? Go and taste the jollof rice, vote for it, settle this conflict among Africans. We also have a film festival showing African films. We tell our story. Our story has been missing in the world's story. It is time that we as Africans tell our story powerfully and better. And so as we engage with the United States, as African countries, to build more of this important relationship, to recognize the gains, the jobs that are created, the opportunities for small businesses, we engage not only with the United States as the world's largest consumer market. Not only that, we also engage with a society, a land built by the labor of African enslaved people. Millions of African Americans, their ancestors, came from this continent. We're reconnecting through trade. We ask you, come back home, bring money here, invest here, trade more with us. This AGOA Forum is that opportunity. We look forward to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Patel, and thank you for reminding us about the kingdoms of Mapungubwe, Timbuktu, Songhai, Mombasa, and the trade port of Sofala. Thank you for reminding us of the fight between Nigeria and Ghana in terms of the best jollof. I hope this forum settles that. I'm very keen. I've been getting different receipts. That's why today I did not want to put my kente cloth dress because I would have been choosing sides on the jollof, and I'm wearing sishweshwe because that debate between South Africa and Lesotho is settled. It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Albert Muchanga of the African Union Commission for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism and Industry and Minerals to come and give his remarks.
I thank you, the Director of Ceremony and the Honorable Minister in the Office of the President of South Africa. Your Excellency, Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. Your Excellency, Ambassador Catherine Tai, United States Trade Representative. Your Excellency, Mr. Anton Blinken, who is going to address us later, United States Secretary of State. Honorable Abraham Patel, Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition of the Republic of South Africa. Honorable Ministers, Your Excellency, Mr. Omkelemene, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I convey greetings from His Excellency Dr. Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. He wishes great success for this meeting, the preceding ones, and the Made in Africa exhibition. I think I speak for all delegates from African countries and organizations in this meeting in thanking the people and government of the Republic of South Africa for the very well welcome and the gracious hospitality accorded to us since we arrived in this beautiful and dynamic city of Johannesburg.
Nós fizemos espécie aqui na cidade de Joanesburgo. Agora estamos aqui na cidade de Soweto. Estamos a prosseguir esse encontro. E neste momento, duas mensagens.
To the Republic of South Africa as a whole for winning the World Rugby Cup. And secondly, to the young singer who is full of potential, who is full of originality, and who is inspiring. The future of singing for her is very bright. Congratulations.
Foi muito brilhante.
The ministers,
parabéns.
the senior officials and business leaders, as well as labor
aqui presentes
and
e também
civil
pela
society,
parte
have also
dos
made
trabalhistas e da sociedade civil e toda a contribuição que estão
Thank
a
them
ser dada para esse
very
encontro.
much
Muito
as
obrigado
well.
também para vocês.
The exhibitors put up high
A
quality
exibição que está a
product offerings.
acontecer tem
I congratulate them and
exposto
urge them
muito
to
ao
transform
grande
this
oferta
into
de
business
produtos
transaction
e dá para mostrar
to help
como transformar
Africa-US
negócios
trade
para
relations as well as intra-African trade. When we are going through the exhibitions, I had a brief encounter with the president of the Corporate Council on Africa. And I said, my sister, I think your take from this exhibition is to ensure that we have recorded business-to-business transaction. And we look forward to a progress report on this in the near future. And the appreciations continue. I thank the U.S. administration for strongly supporting the advocacy for the African Union to be a permanent member of the G20. We look forward to contributing to this multilateral institution of global governance. And I thank Senator John Kennedy for Louisiana for the AGOA Extension Act of 2023. In the same spirit, I thank His Excellency President Joe Biden for the statement of support on timely reauthorization of AGOA as well as its modernization. As the African Union, we look forward to early and long-term authorization. This will generate a climate of certainty. And this is necessary in generating AGOA-focused investments and those by the U.S. businesses wishing to take advantage of the emerging, large and growing market of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We also look forward to a review of the eligibility criteria for the same reasons. And for small island developing countries, the eligibility criteria seem not to take into account the small sizes of their economies and population. I'll conclude by also welcoming the U.S. administration's support to economic integration in Africa. I'll mention two critical levers. The first one is the African Continental Free Trade Area. Development of this market can greatly assist in making producers in Africa meet quality standards, observe rules of origin, intellectual property rights protection, as well as undertake commercial activities based on fair competition, including observance of labor standards at both the continental and global levels. The second one is the development of regional trade corridors, such as the Lobito Corridor. We look forward to the U.S. administration to support similar corridors in other parts of Africa. This is because Africa requires massive infrastructure development in order to open up more opportunities for inclusive, sustainable development. We also would like to request the US administration on issues of value addition. A good example that has been done is the Memorandum of Understanding signed among the DRC, the United States administration, and Zambia. And as we go into the new era of green transition, the issue of critical minerals comes into play, and we encourage in the same vein that the US administration and other cooperating partners support production as source in the era of green transition. And as I end, let me reaffirm our commitment, very firm our commitment to AGOA. It's going to be a source of productive transformation across Africa. And it's also going to develop trade and investment relations between the United States of Africa and African countries. I end here, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Commissioner Muchanga, for those remarks. And you referred to the rules of origin that the African Continental Free Trade Area is finalizing as part of the economic integration of Africa. On that note, allow me to invite Mr. Wamkelenen, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area. He was reminding me that on the Jolofo battle, we should not exclude Senegal. So the battle widens. Secretary General, it's over to you now.
Thank you very much, Minister and Master of Ceremonies. Your Excellency, President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Minister Ibrahim Patel, Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, Honorable Trade Representative of the United States, Ambassador Catherine Tai, Your Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, our host in the province of Gauteng, Honorable Panyaza Lisufi, Honorable Deputy Secretary of Commerce, Don Graves, Madam Rita Jo Lewis, President of USA Exim Bank, Madam British Robinson, the coordinator of Prosper Africa, African ambassadors to the United States, the US ambassador to South Africa, senior officials from both the African and United States governments, private sector leaders, leaders from labor and other civil society formations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me express my profound appreciation for Ambassador Tai and Minister Patel inviting me today to share some observations about the AfCFTA and its interface with AGOA. Minister Patel laid out a very extensive historical account of a trade, pre-colonial trade on the African continent, which unfortunately, this success in pre-colonial trade of Africa was interrupted by many, many decades of colonialism. The result, of course, is that we have 43 currencies in Africa, 55 countries, fragmentation of Africa's economy, smallness of national economies, over-reliance on the export of unprocessed raw commodities to other parts of the world. All of this resulting in a very, very small percentage of intra-Africa trade, which is 18%, relatively much smaller than intra-North America trade, which is estimated to be over 60%. However, in order to overcome this fragmentation and this character of Africa's economy that Minister Patel described, and which I also briefly described, in the wisdom of our heads of states and government, we now have the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is intended to accelerate Africa's intra-Africa trade, create opportunities, and enable the export, intra-Africa export of manufactured goods and value-added production. In May 1963, the founding mothers and fathers of the Organization of African Unity set out a set of ambitious objectives to unite the African continent, to create a single market, to create a single payments system, and to ensure, of course, that colonialists are defeated. And with the defeat of apartheid here at home in my country, South Africa, arguably our founding mothers and fathers achieved their objective. However, one objective that has continued to evade our continent is the integration of our market and the integration and creation of a single market to enable global competitiveness of an economy that is estimated to have a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion United States dollars, which is projected by the year 2050 to be in excess of 16.2 trillion United States dollars, with the population of 1 in 4 people being Africans in the world. And so I'm most grateful for the opportunity to brief you today because significant progress has been made. Since the last edition of the AGOA Forum, the African continent has established the AfCFTA, which now has 47 countries that are state parties to the agreement. In other words, 47 countries that have accepted the obligations to eliminate barriers to intra-Africa trade and to intra-Africa investment. And under the leadership of the Assembly of Heads of States and Government of the African Union, we've been able to achieve this progress largely due to the political will and the commitment of our heads of states. The AfCFTA is a very ambitious trade agreement, and correctly so, because it recognizes the potential for Africa, for trade in Africa to make positive development gains. Its scope is expansive and covers trade in goods, trade in services, dispute settlement, and a range of other protocols, including the protocol on women and youth in trade, to address the imperative of inclusivity in trade, as well as a protocol on digital trade to enable the African continent to be well positioned for competitiveness as we confront the advent of the fourth industrial revolution. The primary objective of the AfCFTA is to contribute to Africa's industrial development, as Ambassador Muchanga has stated. And for Africa to be globally competitive, we must urgently address the challenge of a shallow base of industrial capacity. In developing the internal market of Africa, anchored on the rules of the AfCFTA, ourselves and the ministers of trade are acutely aware that in order to create jobs and the competitiveness that I referred to, the AfCFTA must take account of the reality that there are differentials in levels of industrial development on the African continent. This is why I am most grateful to Afreximbank and President Orama for their commitment to support industrial development and the AfCFTA in advancing the economic development of Africa. AfCFTA and the AfCFTA Secretariat have established the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund, which already has been capitalized by an amount of over $1 billion United States dollars, and we intend, working together with AfCFTA, to mobilize up to $10 billion United States dollars to support industrial development initiatives in Africa, to boost Africa's productive capacity, and to enable Africa to trade in manufactured goods and rely less on trade in unprocessed commodities. We have also launched the AfCFTA Automotive Strategy, which also is intended to support and accelerate industrial development, create jobs not just on the assembly line, but create jobs outside of the assembly line and outside of countries such as Morocco and South Africa and Egypt that historically are dominant in the auto sector. The $1 billion that we have raised, that we have mobilized through AfCFTA is to enable other countries in Africa to be part of the automotive value chain through components manufacturing. Your Excellency, the President, the AfCFTA is being rolled on two parallel tracks. The first track is implementation, which is currently underway. The second track is the conclusion of the negotiations on the two remaining protocols. May I spend a moment to describe where we are in implementation of the AfCFTA. Regarding the implementation track, a number of protocols are being implemented at national and at continental level. For example, trade among state parties that have the necessary legislation in place is taking place in accordance with the agreed modalities of the Protocol on Trade in Goods. Today, for the first time ever, made in the AfCFTA goods are being traded across regional economic communities on the basis of preferences of the AfCFTA. Numerous trades have already taken place, from consignments of value-added agricultural products in Kenya, locally made car batteries being exported to Ghana, shipments of palm oil, ceramic tiles, and other manufactured products. We recently were very gratified by a report that a trader in the United Republic of Tanzania has received an AfCFTA certificate of origin, which enables this trader to benefit from reduced customs duties from 35% to 10%. We therefore must focus on smallholder farmers, on SMEs, to underscore our collective commitment to inclusive benefits of trade. Another area of ongoing implementation is the Protocol on Dispute Settlement for the resolution of disputes that are covered by the AfCFTA, which is an important tool for ensuring predictability and certainty of markets and ensure that investors, whether they are African or non-African investors, that they enjoy enhanced protections for their investments. As we speak, negotiations on investment, intellectual property rights, and competition have already been adopted by the Assembly of Heads of States and Government. These protocols are important as we seek to consolidate the development gains of the potential of the AfCFTA. Competition policy, for example, is important because anti-competitive practices that transcend national borders can undermine the development gains of the AfCFTA. And so regarding the track on the negotiations, as I mentioned earlier, soon the Ministers of Trade will conclude negotiations on digital trade and negotiations on the protocol on women and youth in trade. These are very critical instruments for inclusivity and for ensuring that young Africans, SMEs that are led by women, are indeed part of the benefits of the AfCFTA. Your Excellency, the President, at the beginning I noted that this 20th edition of AGOA is taking place when for the first time the African continent has made progress in developing an internal market and establishing the rules for economic integration. That means that we have to rethink AGOA in this new context presented by the AfCFTA. Whatever the configuration for AGOA will be moving forward, may I make a number of observations in framing the dialogue in this emerging context. First, the alignment of AGOA with the AfCFTA must be a priority. We must ensure that AGOA supports implementation of the AfCFTA, regional integration, and that AGOA does not inadvertently undermine the economic integration progress that Africa has made through the AfCFTA. Amongst other areas for consideration in this regard, AfCFTA rules of origin and the need for AfCFTA accumulation with AGOA must be considered, I would suggest, to ensure that we do not reverse the integration that we have painstakingly achieved thus far. Second, the recommendation of trade ministers to explore other areas of alignment, including investment, competition policy, digital trade, intellectual property rights, certainly takes us in the right direction. I am very, very encouraged that in my initial discussions with Her Excellency Ambassador Tai in Washington, D.C., about this newly emerged AGOA AfCFTA context, the United States is sensitive to the need to implement AGOA in a manner that supports the implementation of the AfCFTA and supports the regional integration agenda of the African Union. I very much look forward to us taking this discussion forward. I want to thank all of you for your attention, and I wish all of us very good deliberations over the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, SG. It's in the business of Secretary Generals to detail their work. So I'm on a very tight leash. When the boss has other commitments, you make sure the boss keeps up with the time. Otherwise, you are going to be in trouble. So I'm only protecting my employment, SG. So yesterday, there was a business engagement. And that platform helped business to dialogue on what are the challenges and the areas they can improve on. And I guess in that engagement, given the dispute resolution mechanism from the AFC, African Continental Free Trade Area, they were able to settle the rules of origin as it comes to jollof rice, whether it's Nigerian, Senegalese, or Ghanaian, or whether all of them are included. But who has the best, it's always the choice of the market. And we'll see by the signatures of the American businesses as we package the jollof rice for sale in the US markets. With that, I'd like to invite Ambassador Tai to the podium to give her remarks. And I'd like to say the following about Ambassador Tai. She is the biggest advocate for AGOA and the partnership with the African countries. I've experienced her in person, and we are delighted to host you in South Africa. At some point when there were doubts that we're going to come through to South Africa, it was you who engaged with us and who comforted us that we've got your support, we've got value in the relationship, and indeed we are better together. Ambassador Tai.
Well, thank you so much. I want to acknowledge the extraordinary job that President Ramaphosa, you and your team across the South African government have done in organizing this year's forum. I also want to congratulate you on the victory of the Springboks. I have to say, I'm not a very sporty person, and so everything I know about rugby I learned by watching the movie Invictus. But because I watched that movie and because I've been on the ground now for about 48 hours and I've seen the pride of the great people of your nation, I know what a huge and tremendous accomplishment this is. And again, I want to congratulate you. It's really wonderful. Fellow ministers, heads of delegation from our AGOA partner countries, Secretaries General and commissioners of the regional economic communities and the African Union, the AfCFTA, US government colleagues, honored delegates, and invited guests. It is an honor to be here with all of you today, and it is an honor to have all of you here today. It was extremely inspiring to tour the Made in Africa exhibition right before this ceremony with President and Minister Patel and the rest of the delegation. It captures the essence of what I have believed about the continent for a long time, its vibrancy, its ingenuity, and its potential. But I also wanted to acknowledge that Minister Patel, you started to sketch out your vision for what this forum could be like, and you started to describe this Made in Africa exhibit on the sidelines of the African Leaders Summit last December. I have to tell you, what you have accomplished here is simply breathtaking. It is an incredible realization of an incredible vision, and I have to tell you that you inspire me to dream big and to aim high, because only by doing so can you have the hope of accomplishing something great. And I want to let you know it's been a wonderful way to kick off this forum. This is my third trip to Africa as the U.S. Trade Representative, and last time I was here a couple months ago, I had the privilege of speaking with an extraordinary group of about 30 young women entrepreneurs. One of them was from Kenya, and her company sources macadamia nuts from small farms, then processes and packages the nuts for export. And she was so proud to share that her business will help expand economic opportunities for more than 6,000 small farmers across Kenya, creating decent work for many, and also combating the climate crisis through their sustainable practices. Through stories like these, I am once again reminded of the potential of trade to empower and support brilliant leaders like this young woman, to spur on more inclusive growth, to help equip the next generation, to make it easier for them to compete and to thrive. And all of you in this room play such an important civil society, labor, and business leaders. We are all here to craft a more resilient, sustainable, and inclusive tomorrow for all our people. And for the last 2 decades, AGOA has helped Africa grow its extraordinary economic potential. AGOA has been a vehicle for workers and businesses across Africa. And this is incredibly important as all of us continue our economic recovery from the COVID pandemic. Consider this. The total goods imports into the United States under AGOA was about $10 billion in 2022, a significant increase compared to only $6.8 billion in 2021. Non-petroleum imports, which are a major source of new investment and jobs in Africa, increased to $5.7 billion in 22 from $5 billion in 21. The program has fostered economic growth and development on the continent to increase investment and to create new jobs and opportunities. AGOA was established more than 20 years ago to make an enormous difference for millions of Africans as it opened new doors for trade and investment and to encourage African leaders to develop and implement African-led solutions to economic and political reforms. However, it has been 23 years since we established AGOA, and many things have changed. Our economies are facing new challenges. The continued economic fallout from the COVID pandemic, fragile and vulnerable supply chains, a worsening climate crisis, growing inequality, and economic insecurity worldwide. But there have also been positive developments. Trading under the African Continental Free Trade Area, or the AfCFTA, began in January of 2021. In September of this year, the African Union joined the G20. And according to the African Development Bank, 5 of the world's 10 fastest growing economies are projected to be in Africa. South Africa in particular has been one of the largest AGOA users. The country was the top exporter in 2022 with $3.6 billion in exports. And South Africa is leading the continent in other aspects as well, including through its clear commitment to human rights. And even amidst challenging global economic circumstances, we see that there is opportunity to shape a stronger, new, forward-looking vision for U.S.-Africa trade. One where more segments of our society are brought in. One where, as President Biden would say, the benefits are realized from the bottom up and the middle out. The United States remains a committed partner as Africa continues this journey. And as President Biden said at the U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit last December, the United States is all in on Africa. 10 minutes after, let's pause there because 10 months after the conclusion of the summit, the United States is continuing our whole-of-government effort to deliver on our commitments, including an unprecedented level of cabinet and senior official travel to the continent, with 9 cabinet or agency head visits so far this year. And I also just commend you to look at the rows of the U.S. government delegates here sitting before me. I hope you get to know all of the leaders that we have brought from our administration, and I hope that you get to know our colleagues well. Our commitment is clear in terms of the delegation that we've brought here today. I'm extremely, extremely proud of the richness of the team that we've brought. Of course, we at USTR are proud to support the implementation of AfCFTA under the US AfCFTA Memorandum of Understanding on Cooperation for Trade and Investment, which Secretary General Mene and I signed during the summit last year. We created 4 technical working groups, and the US government is providing approximately $160 million to support the negotiation and implementation of the AfCFTA, including support from the United States Agency for International Development, the US Department of Agriculture, and Prosper Africa. The United States is here to build and enhance our relationships so that more Africans can enjoy the benefits of economic growth, to empower workers and their communities, to build fair and equitable societies, not just for today, but for years to come. And as we discuss the impact, challenges, and prospects of AGOA, let's work together to further unlock the potential of our partnership to pursue sustainable and equitable growth for all segments of our societies, and ultimately to unlock the potential of our people, including and especially women, youth, and the African diaspora. I look forward to a fruitful discussion, and we have a lot to talk about: improving utilization rates, exploring additional tools to complement our AGOA relationship, collaborating on the implementation of the AfCFTA, and better using the multilateral trading system for the benefit of underserved groups in all of our economies. I am delighted and determined to work with you as we chart a path of transforming and modernizing our partnership. And before I turn the floor back, I invite you to listen to a message from our Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, about the AGOA Forum and the Biden-Harris administration's vision for the future of AGOA. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I want to start by thanking President Ramaphosa for bringing together so many government, private sector, and civil society leaders at this important forum. Last year, I traveled to South Africa to lay out the United States strategy for sub-Saharan Africa. At its core, it's about partnership. What the United States can do with African nations, not for African nations. The African Growth and Opportunity Act is essential to realizing this vision. For more than 2 decades, and for hundreds of thousands of people across sub-Saharan Africa, AGOA has meant new jobs, new skills, new connections, new investment. It's meant less corruption and greater human and labor rights. And all that is translated to new and powerful partnerships to advance solutions to shared challenges, from the climate crisis to food insecurity to supply chain disruptions and vulnerabilities. Precisely because more inclusive, sustainable growth is good for Africa and good for America and good for the world, President Biden fully supports the reauthorization of AGOA. But we don't just want to extend AGOA. We want to work with the United States Congress to make it even better. And that's what this week's dialogue is all about. In addition to the work before us in this forum, We're determined to continue to deliver on our commitments at December's African Leaders Summit, which are essential to creating economies and societies where trade and investment can flourish. Through the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, we're helping to finance projects like the Libido Corridor between the DRC, Zambia, and Angola, which will enhance connectivity and make it easier to do business in and with Africa. We're mobilizing $8 billion in private and public investments to bolster climate resilience and advance women's economic empowerment. We remain the biggest single-country investor by far in food security and public health in the region, and we're working on new efforts like our VAX initiative to strengthen African seeds and soils. We continue to support elevating African voices in global diplomacy. We welcome the African Union joining the G20. We appreciate the IMF working to expand sub-Saharan representation on its executive board. We remain committed to reforming the UN Security Council to include permanent representation for Africa. And this week, we inaugurated the President's Advisory Council on African Diaspora Engagement to further strengthen the deep bonds between our citizens. This flourishing partnership between the United States and Africa gives me tremendous hope. And through gatherings like this, we can continue to shape a future where workers and businesses are equipped and empowered, where governments are transparent and accountable, where all our people can thrive, and where our nations can come together for the good of our people and the world. Thank you, and I hope you have a productive ministerial.
Thank you to Secretary Blinken. And our takeaway from that is his commitment to the extension of AGOA. And we'll take up Ambassador Tai on a commitment to work with us to make sure that we enhance AGOA as the United States of America work with Africa for Africa's development. May I invite my colleague who must do a job that I was once told that if I do, I'll be fired.
Ladies and gentlemen, in 2019, on a crisp winter evening, newly elected members of parliament from across the country assembled in Cape Town for the official opening of parliament. It was just at the end of an election campaign. Swearing in of a new president had taken place and a cabinet had been appointed. Newly elected President Ramaphosa stepped onto that podium and he set out a vision for the country, a vision for the economy anchored around the concept of what he called a reimagined industrial strategy. And that strategy at its heart had a powerful idea. And that powerful idea was to drive growth and job creation through a range of measures. Partnerships between the business community, the trade unions and workers, and government. Boosting investment by setting a numeric rand value for what we as a country needed to mobilize from the investor community. Shifting to a greener, more inclusive economy, embracing the technologies of cleaner production, ensuring that we as South Africa drive the transition. Trade, expanding trade with the rest of the world, strengthening the relationships with important partners across the world. And then he said, strengthen South African and African industrialization. And he placed Africa at the absolute center of his administration. The compelling view that from here we need to think as a continent, not only as a country. Since then, President Ramaphosa led the efforts of the African Union as its champion for COVID supplies at a time when the world was scrambling for resources and Africa was left behind. He powered the idea that not only must Africa have access, but Africa must produce. And so face masks began rolling off our production lines, and therapeutics and diagnostics and all the things that we needed to fight the pandemic. And then, of course, he made the argument for vaccine production here on the African continent. Today, The continent produces vaccines from a number of different vaccine manufacturers, and also it is pivoting now using those technologies to open up opportunities for African production of medication for people on this continent. The President started the call for the inclusion of the African Union in the G20, got ministers together and said, we need to ensure that all G20 countries know the argument why the African Union needs to be a member of the G20. And today, the African Union has been accepted as a full member of the G20. The President engaged with President Joe Biden in Washington in September last year about ways to strengthen the economic and broader relationships between the United States and South Africa and also the African continent. His Excellency sent a team of ministers to the United States in July this year, including Minister Kumbutso Chaveni, Minister Ino Godongwana, and myself, to engage US policymakers on matters related to AGOA, and to make that powerful argument for renewal, for reaffirmation, for reauthorization, for strengthening of AGOA. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you join me in welcoming His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa to the podium.
Thank you. Let's be seated, please. Program Director, Minister Kumbutso Chaveni, Minister of Trade and Industry and Competition of South Africa, Minister Ibrahim Patel, United States Trade Representative Ambassador Catherine Tai, African Union Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Minerals, Mr. Albert Muchanga, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, Mr. Wamkele Mene, African Ministers of Trade here present from AGOA eligible countries, United States Deputy Secretary for Commerce, Don Graves, ambassadors who are here present, government officials and business leaders from African countries as well as the United States, leaders of organized labor, and I had a joy to see and walk around with the president of the largest trade union federation in South Africa, Ms. Zingiswa Losi. And I think there are others, that's why they are applauding. Those I didn't see, I also greet you. It's wonderful to have labor well represented here. Leaders of civil society, distinguished guests, and good morning, as we say in our country, Sanbonani. I wish to welcome all of you warmly. I know you have been welcomed, but until the President welcomes you, you should hardly ever feel welcome. Now you are welcome. It's a real pleasure to have such a galaxy of all of you here from various countries and also from the United States, whom we are about today. You are all distinguished delegates, and we are pleased that the U.S. representative, Ambassador Tai, is leading a trade delegation here, and it's wonderful to have you here. And maybe as I start, I'd like to thank you and applaud you for the interactions that you and Minister Patel had during the WTO negotiations for vaccines, when Africa expressed its desire to manufacture vaccines. You were among those who supported our call, and I'd like to applaud you for that, for having worked so well with South Africa and India and a number of other countries on the continent. So thank you very much. It was good to meet you. This 20th AGOA Forum is taking place at an important moment. It is taking place at a time when the world is facing both great difficulties that are given rise by climate change challenges, by wars that are raging in the world, and by high inflation in a number of countries, by anemic economic growth, as seen by the World Bank and the IMF. But we are also facing valuable opportunities, and this in many ways is what brings us here. This forum is also taking place on a continent of enormous potential. Africa has great endowments. It has endowments in the people of our continent, the youthful population that we have, but it also has other natural endowments in the form of great reserves of critical minerals that the world needs. It is also becoming a highly urbanized continent, with young people and many other people moving to urban areas. And it is also a continent that is increasingly becoming a networked population. As African countries, we are committed to the industrialization process of our economies, and this is what would drive our entry and our participation in AGOA. By moving up the value chain, we create more jobs and more value here on the African continent, and also improve the lives of more than 1.3 billion people who live on our continent. Africa is an important source of critical raw materials, but we do not want to be defined to simply being the producers of commodities. The great industrial opportunity lies instead in the transformation of the rocks that we mine and the metal that we produce into the sophisticated industrial and consumer goods that societies across the world need. Gone should be the days when Africa is just seen as a source of rock, soil, dust being exported out of our continent. We now want to produce the products that are finished or near finished that are utilized in other parts of the world. We want to earn full value for our products. Now, on embarking on this journey, and this is a journey that requires partnership, great partnerships that we should forge, and we look forward to the United States working with African countries to foster an investment-led approach that aims to diversify international supply chains of critical minerals by beneficiating these resources here on the African continent. We look to continue to use trade as an instrument to facilitate industrialization, job creation, and inclusive growth. Minister Patel took us on a walk with Ambassador Tai and others, and we went through this exhibition, a great exhibition, Made in Africa exhibition. The first part, of course, deals with our history as a continent. But the common thread that runs through that history is how from earlier times, our forebears were already trading, not only within Africa, but with the rest of the world. They traded right across the African continent, east, west, north, south, but they also traded with the world. So trading is part of our DNA. It is in our blood, and it is this trading that we want to modernize, and we look for partners to support us in this development as we modernize our trading practices and relations. We value the relationship with the United States, the world's largest national market, and a country with which we have relationships that go well beyond just trade. Many of our countries are interconnected with the United States in more ways than one. And I must say that we value those connections with the United States. The African Growth and Opportunity Act, or AGOA, has served as the cornerstone of the US-Africa commercial relationship for more than 2 decades. While the legislation's unilateral trade preferences have provided economic benefits for countries across sub-Saharan Africa, AGOA as a whole remains underutilized. And I hope that in your discussions today, you will explore ways and means in which we can fully utilize this great opportunity. The legislation has helped to promote manufactured exports into the United States, but so much more can be done. The early reauthorization of the renewal of AGOA, with a particular focus on how AGOA can be improved, will help to ensure that AGOA legislation achieves its objectives and reaches its full potential. An early renewal can also help to strengthen trade and investment, a process that our continent needs greatly in order to improve the lives of the 1.3 billion people on our continent. At the same time, we see potential to enhance AGOA with reforms that will add more products and will make it easier for small and medium-sized businesses to use it. During our walkabout, we saw a diversity of businesses, both big, medium, and small. And it's always a joy to see how small enterprises come to these trade expos and display their wares and their capability. And the following years, when you come back, you find that they are now middle producing or middle businesses, and in time they will also accede to be at a higher level. While all 35 eligible sub-Saharan African countries stand to benefit from AGOA, utilization rates vary quite widely. Kenya and Lesotho have had some of the highest AGOA utilization rates. 88% of Kenyan exports and 99% of Lesotho's exports to the United States qualified for zero tariff treatment. And we are grateful for those 2 countries that they've been able to reach that high level of utilization of AGOA. When excluding exports of crude oil under AGOA, the data shows that the program has substantially improved the export competitiveness of certain African products, especially textiles and apparel. Apparel exports from Lesotho, Ethiopia, Mauritius, Madagascar, and Kenya have not only led to the creation of tens of thousands of jobs, but these countries have become reliable producers for American customers. Other parts of manufacturing have also seen great success under AGOA. South Africa's auto exports to the United States under AGOA have contributed to job creation in South Africa and in the auto supply chain within neighboring countries as well. For instance, South African automotive companies source their leather car seats from Lesotho and wiring harnesses from Botswana, both neighbors to South Africa. Now you see the value chain that emerges. These countries, or these companies, source copper wire that they utilize from Zambia. They source rubber from Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, Malawi, Ghana, Cameroon, and steering wheel components from Tunisia. Now, these are then installed in cars that are exported to the United States under AGOA. Now, these inputs alone accounted for more than $200 million worth of products traded amongst African countries themselves. In this respect, AGOA makes a vital, really vital contribution to regional industrial development and the integration of the African economies. Precisely the remit of the Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, Mr. Wamkele Mene, he focuses precisely on this intra-Africa trade processes and is making tremendous progress in getting all our various countries on the continent to trade with each other. And now we've got a practical expression of it. And now you see the connection between AGOA and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, as Ambassador Tai also testified to. This is critical to building Africa's productive capacities, increasing value addition per capita, as well as diversifying trade beyond the reliance on commodities. And it is for this reason that we say the critical minerals that we produce lend themselves to being processed and beneficiated on this continent, because as we can already see, they have great use on the continent to produce the finished, complete products, such as vehicles and a whole number of other products here on our continent. And this shows that this continent is on the move. This continent is the next best story of economic growth, not for itself, but in the whole world, because Africa is on the move. The exports under AGOA can complement the efforts of African countries themselves through the, as I said, the African Continental Free Trade Area. This free trade area is an engine for increased trade with each other. We have made very substantial progress, and we expect that as we commence to trade more fully under this trade agreement, we will be able to see great results and benefits shortly. The duty-free quota market access provided by the United States under AGOA can be further leveraged to promote investment in Africa, including from the United States. I'm glad that trade ministers from across the continent have been able to meet and to engage with their counterparts and colleagues from the United States. But I'm also pleased that The labor unions have also been in the mix, and civil society as well. This will be about one of the best conferences or summits that we've held to bring together a full combination of the key role players in any economy. And for us as South Africa, I would say this is the way we work. This is the way we roll. This is how we do things. And so it's wonderful to do things. So we would like you to look at the extension of our renewal of AGOA for a sufficiently lengthy period for it to act as an incentive to investors to build new factories on the African continent. And as we were going around talking to a number of product producers, the recurring message and word I heard is, we can do more. We can do more if this opportunity is extended, and we can build more capacity if we have certainty, Ambassador Tai, that yes, the period of extension will be longer. Now, shorter periods of extension impede investment ambitions, and we therefore want to see a much lengthier period of extension. United States and Africa, we are going to be here for a long time. United States and us, we are here for the long haul. So let us make AGOA a long haul opportunity for all of us. We believe there is great value in retaining all beneficiary countries to build on the emerging regional value chains that are making a significant contribution to the industrialization of the African continent. A more targeted effort to promote greater levels of investment can help to unlock AGOA's opportunities and proposition. We do, however, remain concerned about the negative effects that trade restrictions on products like steel, aluminum, or citrus fruit have on AGOA utilization rates. And we believe that that should be looked at, and I would like to suggest that in your discussions, once I have left, because I could spoil it all, you should insert these issues that I'm raising now. We hope that the discussions at this forum will help to lay the basis for these to be addressed also in the future. And as we say here on the African continent, Ambassador Tai, there are no holy cows. We discuss everything. We discuss as many things as many people would think cannot be touched. So I'm hoping that in this forum you will feel free. If you ever felt restricted, I'm giving you a presidential freedom to discuss everything, to talk about everything. Now, beyond the government-to-government discussions, we are particularly pleased with the interactions that have taken place between the private sector representatives, as well as at the Labor Forum and Civil Society Forum, as I said earlier. I'm pleased that this is the first AGOA forum at which, yes, a Labor Forum is held, bringing the voices of not only African workers, but also American workers together. And this, for us, gives strength to what AGOA should be about. This forum is about making sure that policy promotes work. Let me conclude with a reflection, an invitation, and a word of appreciation. The reflection is that I have just concluded this tour of Made in Africa exhibition. When we knew that we were going to have this forum, I suggested to Minister Patel that why don't we have their biggest exhibition, showcasing what African producers can make, so that the world within the confines of this precinct can see what Africa can produce, so that it also enhances the intra-Africa trade process. And today we've been able to showcase precisely that. So I want to applaud the exhibitors, the producers, for coming here and exhibiting your various wares. Some produce healthcare products. Some looked at me and they said, Mr. President, you need lotion. You need to use lotion, and they offered. Some even said, Mr. President, you need to drink wine. And they say, you know, we produce wine, and some have drones. They said, drones are needed not only in South Africa, but on the African continent. So it's been great. For me, it's really been great to see producers on our continent showcasing what you can produce. And by the way, it's not only for the US market, it should also be for the global market. But today, we want to showcase, not show off, Ambassador Tai, showcase. There's a big difference between show off and showcase. So we wanted to showcase to you and your American colleagues what Africa can produce. We have forever been thought that we are not really producers. And today, with the 500 or so exhibitors here, I think to me, you have proven that you are producers and you can do more. And that is why we would like AGOA to be extended. That is why we want AGOA to be enriched, because we want to sell to the world. They have forever been selling to us. Now it's our chance. Let's go sell to them as well. So this, for me, has been a great opportunity of real appreciation, and I also saw companies involved in food, beverages, chocolates, sugar and chocolates from Cote d'Ivoire, and yes, you've been talking all morning about jollof rice, and I don't even know where it comes from, but all I know comes from West Africa, and that's great. These are examples of African markets leveraging off the continent's industrial capacity. We need many more such companies that have been exhibiting. Next, I want to issue an invitation. I want to invite US retailers, importers, and large corporates to see Africa as a key industrial procurement source, a place that is integral to a more resilient supply chain. We invite US companies to send supply chain managers and procurement officers to the African continent and to scour the continent from north to south, east to west, to set up factories and other businesses. Finally, I wish to express my appreciation to the delegates, you, exhibitors, as I said, social partners, and sponsors as well, for their support to make this forum possible. A particular word of thanks goes to 3 large sponsors, Standard Bank, Sasol, and South 32, for their efforts, as well as the number of other sponsors who have also made valuable contributions to make sure that this forum is held. I hope the trade ministers and members of the US delegation will find time to also enjoy the warm hospitality of the people of South Africa, and that you will be able to join the celebrations that are going on. You know, South Africans, after we won this World Cup, wanted an instant holiday. Instant holiday. And I wanted to test their mettle to see whether they have endurance to celebrate. So I said, no, much as you wanted an instant holiday on the Monday after the victory, I'd like you to postpone your excitement and everything else until later in the year, So you visited us during a period of great celebration. The celebrations are going on, and the rugby team is going around the country, and even as it goes around the country, there's still great celebration. So I hope you'll be able to find time to either see and join in the celebration. And I do wish you a very successful process or session of deliberations, and now feel that this forum is the right center place to discuss how AGOA can be made more effective, much as the decisions in the end are reliant on what is decided in the United States. So what we should be doing is to come up with proposals and suggestions on how we can enhance it and how we can make AGOA more effective for both sides. For the United States also benefits, and Africa also benefits. So it is a mutually beneficial relationship, what I call a smart partnership. So with these words, I now declare the 20th AGOA Forum officially open for business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. And they make me do difficult tasks, but I don't want you to ask you to stand now, but I'd like to invite the African Ministers of Trade, the ministers and not the representatives, the Ministers of Trade, to come to the stage for the family photos, but I'll request protocol to assist me. When we are done with when we finish the Ministers of Trade family photo, we'll then be joined by the US delegation for the trade photos. When they are coming, when they are making their way to the stage for the family photo, I'd like to say, Mr. President, you once told me that if diplomacy was a course, it's a course I'll fail with flying colors. So me being me, I took the responsibility of observing how diplomats operate. So when you were speaking, I was observing how Ambassador Tai was reacting, because we are told they don't show emotions lest it can be construed as something else. She was less on clapping hands, but she was all smiles when you said the AGOA must be for the long haul. And I also saw a flash of smile when you talk about extension and enhancement. And I guess that's the partnership we are working towards. And Mr. President, thank you for reminding us and clearly articulating the position of the African continent in terms of its economic future, that we are no longer going to be consumers of products that are made from our natural endowments, but we are going to be producers of goods for our own consumption and for the global market. And also when you articulated that we are no longer going to be the exporters of rocks, but the producers of finished goods. And in terms of the extension, I hope you were not going to talk about the holiday. South Africans are going to party until the 15th of December, Mr. President. And Captain Siakolisi said we must indeed party until the 15th of December. And we are hoping that on the 25th of November, the Proteas, the King Proteas will join us and we extend the party as we'll be celebrating the World Cricket Championship.
This one, can you...
Yes, we don't have space. You won't be able to appear, so you can go to the back. Abafuni.
Abafuni. Move forward. Okay.
Just move a little bit to the side. And let's have a shoulder overlap so everyone is visible. The gentleman seemed to be.
There we go.
We need another photo with the U.S. delegation. May they join us on stage? Keep a bosom. As they're coming up on stage, in the South African cabinet, there's a discussion around the chocolates. So the president promises us chocolates when we do very well. And those chocolates must come from Cote d'Ivoire. So now that Wamkele Mene is here, and the rules of origin, we may need to be sorting out whether the Ghana does better chocolates and others, but we are promised chocolates from Cote d'Ivoire. And we are waiting for the American companies to come and build factories to rival the Switzerland manufacturers and producers of chocolates. As we thank the delegations who were in the family photos and allow them to take their seats, we have come to the end of the open session. So, Mr. President, when you're addressing us, you gave us permission to discuss freely and openly in your absence. So, Mr. President, you gave us permission to discuss freely and openly in your absence. So we would like to excuse you so that we can then have that open and frank discussions amongst ourselves. But to make it easier for you so that you don't walk the path alone, we'll ask the journalists to accompany you. So members of the media, may you please accompany the president as he exits so that we can have our frank discussions. And thank you, Mr. President, for being with us. May we rise as the president leaves? Members of the press? Will I be May I invite the following persons to come to the stage. Dr. Ashatu K. Kajija, the Minister of Trade and of Industry and Trade from Tanzania. May I also invite Mr. Lungisa Fuzile, the Chief Executive Officer of Standard Bank South Africa. May I also invite to join us on the stage Ms. Frida Owinga, President of the Organization of Women and International Trade, OWIT from Kenya. The other side. Lucas at the other side. Yeah. And last but not least, may I invite Comrade Zingi Swalosi, the President of COSATU, to join us on the stage.
to actually turn the ship around. With clear structures, clear accountabilities, and it's only in that way that we can actually do this. So, and that was agreed. We've now agreed structures and so on. On logistics, we've agreed a similar structure to the National Energy Crisis Committee in the presidency, called the National Logistics Crisis Committee. We've now established very good relationships with the new Transnet board. The Minister of Public Enterprises has been collaborative in this and working with us in this. I think the changes in the Transnet executive recently are certainly from our point of view a step in the right direction, because since those changes, the Transnet executive has also started interacting with us. And what I think the immediate priority is to agree the logistics roadmap with government, because we believe that will open up space for the private sector to actually participate more effectively in the logistic environment. So for argument's sake, we're certainly not saying that we take over the ownership of the railways. Transnet must continue to own the railways, but the private sector can certainly get involved in operating these railways in far more than we do, can get more involved in some of the critical operations of Transnet. And we need that sort of a partnership to actually make a difference. So we believe that, and others, to identify some of the key bottlenecks in some of the keyboard areas. So Lebombo, for instance. We've been doing a lot of work there to try and reduce the bottlenecks, to try and make those more efficient. We've been identifying border areas where there's been significant areas of criminality and theft and so on, and we've put in aerial surveillance and so on to try and get to the bottom of those. So on some of the critical border areas, we're getting quite operational and trying to sort that out. Once the roadmap is finalized and we've agreed, then I think that we'll really get into a more private sector involvement in making the logistics system more effective and efficient. We need to work on the ports. We need to work on our railways. We need to get as much transport of goods as possible off the road onto the railways, and so those are the plans. So please understand that we only started all of this in June. We've got the structure in place, government and business are working together. We've almost got the roadmap in place and will be agreed pretty soon. We're working very closely with the Transnet board, and them and the minister appreciate that private sector needs to get more involved, and we believe that toward the end of this year, early next year, we'll begin to see the results of that. We've given ourselves to the end of next year to actually make a significant difference in the work we're doing, and our estimation is that if we're successful, by the end of next year, we'll get to 3% growth and about 300,000 jobs, just from this initiative. That means we're trading water. That does nothing to unemployment. That does nothing to real growth. We need to grow at 6% or more to make an impact on unemployment. But as I said, it's to stop the slide, to give us the space to actually do this. And if we keep the momentum going, and if this partnership is what it is currently and remains what it is currently, with significant support and involvement of the President. We meet with the President every 6 to 8 weeks to look at progress and so on. We brief the media immediately after the meeting with the President, and we brief business after the meeting with the President. We've also put together a joint communications team with government now, and hopefully we will get that going as well, and joint media stuff. So I hope that addresses that. Marissa, on trade with the U.S. So South African, I'm just trying to look here. So South Africa's exports under AGOA amount to about $1.7 billion. Okay. South Africa exported over 23 billion rand worth of vehicles, about $175 million of agriculture, and so on, and others. I'm just trying to look for the figures for total South African exports to the US. I don't have it to hand, but I can send it to you if you can. Right, I'll get your details. I don't want to waste time here. Then on skills and so on, and the negotiations with the US government, this is what I meant, that when we actually, and look, the negotiations will be primarily between the South African government and the US government. The negotiations aren't with business. But we will certainly, I think there is an indication from DTIC, and I spoke to Minister Patel at the breakfast he hosted last week, and we agreed that we need to actually move forward together on this. We need to co-create what we want to involve in the negotiations, and the skills issue will obviously be a critical part of the negotiations. So I think that when we get into those negotiations for a reviewed AGOA, we need to take those into account. We need to see what we need to do and how the United States needs to enable us to do to, one, ensure economic growth through AGOA, and to ensure that we build the necessary skills and we capacitate our industrial growth system through AGOA. And those are discussions that need to be had. Ultimately, the decision on AGOA from the US side is taken by Congress. And so we also have to interact effectively with Congress. And certainly our suggestion to government, certainly to the Minister of DTIC, is that we try to also interact with Congress jointly, so that Congress is quite clear that business is supportive of this, and we also try to address any concerns that there might be there. So I think that that's got to be part of the negotiation, and we hope we move forward on that basis. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kuvadia. Is there anybody who also wants to ask a question? You can just take one more round. Let's start to see if there are new hands. No one. Okay, only the gentleman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. In terms of the Energy Crisis Committee, why hasn't there been progress in terms of getting the integrated resource plan published?
Okay.
It was originally supposed to be in March, then it was September, then it's October, now we're in November, and we still have no date as to when that's going to be published.
Yeah, okay. Just before I answer that question, SA exports to the US in 2022, $10.73 billion. $73 billion in 2022. Okay, so the IRP has been delayed, one, because the Minister of, Department of Mineral Resources and so on just didn't table it. Our interaction with the Portfolio Committee and with Parliament was to say we need this, and at the last two meetings with the President, in fact, before the bill was tabled, the last two meetings before the bill was tabled, we identified the IRP bill as a critical thing to do, okay? Because that will open up significant space for private sector involvement and so on. Although we do need to acknowledge that since the doing away of the ceiling for embedded energy and so on, there has been significant investment. But it just shows that if you create the environment, the investment happens. The bottom line was that the bill wasn't tabled by the department in Parliament. We raised this very strongly, and after we raised it, it was tabled. Okay. The Portfolio Committee is now looking at it. We've got a team working on talking to whoever we need to talk to ensure or to try to get it fast-tracked through Parliament. And that's our focus at the moment. We don't believe this will be controversial. All the negotiation around this has happened. It just needed to be tabled. Without it being tabled, Parliament could not actually process it. So it is tabled. They are processing it, and we are seized with Parliament to try and get this through as quickly as possible. Obviously, we do not have any control over that. But I agree with you, it's been delayed, it's been unnecessarily delayed. After we raised it with the President, at least it was tabled, it is now in Parliament, and we are going to do our best to try and get it done this administration. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Kuvadia.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please note that we have already communicated that the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement will be here at 12:30. We are also trying to get the voice of Labour through the President of COSATU. We're trying to schedule that for Pumzile. The President of COSATU was trying to schedule her for what time?
We don't have a specific time at the moment, but around lunchtime. That's the indication that we got.
Okay, colleagues, you'll be kept informed. Thank you very much for your time. I'm just going to give him an opportunity to make some remarks, and then we'll take questions very briefly. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. We are all coming from the opening session of the AGOA Forum, the Ministers' segment. We are pleased to be here as the AfCFTA Secretariat at the invitation of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, Minister Patel, and the invitation of the United States Trade Representative, Ambassador Tai. As you would have heard in our remarks, we have an interest to
sorry, SG. Pumzile, can you please check the sound guy there? Pumzile? Is there? Okay. Can we try again?
And so, as you would have heard from our remarks during the opening session, we have an interest in ensuring that there is complementarity between AGOA and the African Continental Free Trade Area from a range of different perspectives, from industrial development, trade and investment facilitation, digital trade, intellectual property rights, all of these different areas where we see potential for complementarity to the AfCFTA and its implementation. The second point I would make is that in the last AGOA forum, which was held in Senegal, in Cote d'Ivoire, there was not as much progress in the implementation of the AfCFTA. In fact, at that time, when during the 19th edition of AGOA, the AfCFTA had not been signed, had not been ratified. And so we have to take account of this newly emerged context that the African continent has made significant advancements in the objectives in the agenda of integration, and that this priority of the Assembly of Heads of States of creating and building an internal market and creating and building rules for that anchor economic integration, that all of this must not be inadvertently undermined by AGOA. We have some specific ideas, technical ideas about how the complementarities and the synergies can be explored. And I'm very happy that and encouraged that in my discussions with Ambassador Tai on this issue, the US is willing to listen to how we can achieve this complementarity of synergies between AGOA and the AfCFTA so that nobody is left behind, no country is left behind, and so that the historic mission of creating an internal market in Africa, that it is not inadvertently undermined. So that is by way of opening remarks for this session. Thank you.
Thank you, SG. Colleagues, we are going to take at least 2 rounds of questions quickly, 3 of each. I'll give you an opportunity. Pumzile, the mic, please. You don't have roving mics. Roving mic to Tando.
Was it the first one?
It's fine, no problem.
Good afternoon. It's Helmer Price from Business Report. Could you address 2 questions for me, please? First of all, in terms of the Inter-Africa Trade Fair, when that was originally announced earlier this year, there was no conflict next to Egypt. Has there been any fall off in delegates? Because a lot of companies say you can't travel to places where there's a war right next door. And then secondly, can you say what progress is happening in terms of one-stop border posts? And that seems to have stalled over the last 3 years because of COVID. Thank you.
Thank you. Tando?
Good afternoon. My name is Tando Mayeko from the Business Day. Now, Mr. Menya, could you just elaborate? So African eligible AGOA countries continue to lobby for an extension of AGOA, which includes AU African member states that have ratified and signed the African Continental Free Trade Area. Does that mean we can, should this lobbying be successful, does that mean we can see perhaps AGOA be extended to Northern African countries that are currently not part of the trade agreement now? And then could you just highlight how the AfCFTA and AGOA could be aligned? Thanks.
Thank you. Next to you.
Thank you. It's Karine du Plessis, I work for Reuters. I have a question that sort of follows on from Tando's. President Biden said that countries like Uganda, for instance, can't be part of AGOA anymore. How do you envisage AGOA and the AfCFTA having a, what did you call it, synergy if if the US has the call over who belongs to AGOA or not, or who's in AGOA or not? And then my other question is just which industries do you think could benefit most from this synergy? I mean, we know automotive is big under AGOA and both AfCFTA. Yeah, which industries do you think could most benefit? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the questions. It is, of course, a matter of deep regret that there is a humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, and as you rightly said, Egypt is affected to the extent that Egypt shares a border with Rafah border, shares a border with Gaza. That is something that is a very, very serious concern to us and the African Union in particular. We are in constant communication with the government of Egypt. We have received assurances that all of the necessary security measures are being undertaken by the government of the Egyptian government, and we are proceeding with the trade fair on that basis, on the basis of that assurance from the authorities of the government of Egypt. You will recall that the Intra-Africa Trade Fair was meant to have happened earlier in the year in Abidjan, in Cote d'Ivoire. Unfortunately, at the last minute, Cote d'Ivoire withdrew. There are costs involved in convening an event of this magnitude with the number of people and the number of countries involved, and so budget is constrained. The convening has to take account of what happens if we postpone. What are the budget implications? So the answer to the question is that we are extremely and acutely aware of the sensitivity around security and the attacks on Gaza, and we are very sensitive to that. Regarding the one-stop border posts, there are some that are functioning, there are some that are not functioning. If you take, for example, the East African community, 15 years ago, transiting your goods from Port of Mombasa to Kampala, 1,600 kilometers roughly, would take you about 15 days, 28 stamps. Today, the same distance, it takes 3 days and 1 stamp. And that is because of the interventions that have been made in customs systems harmonization and in developing a functional one-stop border post. So there are pockets of success from which we can draw lessons. I believe that the way in which to accelerate the efficiency of one-stop border posts is through digital systems. We are at the moment consulting with heads of customs authorities of the African continent from the 47 countries that have ratified the agreement establishing the AfCFTA. And we are proposing to them that we develop a digital platform for customs systems harmonization, or a digital single window, which would accelerate the efficiency and transit of goods and the sharing of information amongst customs authorities. So my view is let us make use of technology to overcome some of the challenges that we experience. There are border posts on the African continent, one-stop border posts that are visited. The customs authority of this country is seated next to their customs authorities of that country. But the pile of paperwork continues to be sky high. And that's because of an absence of interoperability of customs systems. So if we deploy digital technologies, we will be able to create interoperability so that we don't have this pile of paperwork that still is done manually. So I believe that's how we can improve on the one-stop border posts. Regarding AGOA and the extension, as you know, AGOA is a preference, a unilateral preference. It's not a reciprocal trade agreement. That means that the US Congress, working with the USTR, will make an offer to those countries that are eligible about the extension of AGOA. It is a matter of interest to, obviously, to all African countries that AGOA is extended to create certainty and predictability. But it is purely a matter for the United States to decide the extension, the countries that are in or out. As you know, there is eligibility criteria. Countries in North Africa that are not part of AGOA, and this is the point that we were making in the opening session, that we have to be cautious not to create fragmentation within the AfCFTA as we implement AGOA. In the AfCFTA, there are countries in North Africa who are state parties to the agreement establishing the AfCFTA. There are also countries that are within AGOA eligibility. So that fragmentation, we have got to address it so that we don't reverse the gains that we are making in integrating the economy of the African continent. And as I said earlier, I'm very encouraged that the US is willing to listen and is sensitive to this need to progress on integration. There are various interventions that can be made to reach that objective. I mentioned in the morning cumulation in terms of rules of origin between AGOA rules of origin and the rules of origin of the AfCFTA, and also the alignment in the various protocols. An example of how the alignment can take place is if you look at the protocol on investment, for example, which establishes enhanced legal rights for investors, but also enables countries to regulate in the public interest, to regulate investment inflows in the public interest. These are some of the principles that we believe should be considered where we are to have a discussion about trade and investment between AGOA-eligible countries and the United States. So we look at the core principles and the core objectives of each protocol or each treaty, and we make sure that that AGOA reflects those principles that are embedded in the protocols. Similarly, in the area of intellectual property rights, the US and the USTR and Ambassador Tai has been very, very clear that they support reforms of the patent system, the global patent system, so that it is at the service of public health and at the service, in our case as a continent, at the service of industrial development and job creation. So it is possible to have an intellectual property rights regime on the African continent that advances on these ambitions and complement that with the position of the US, as was mentioned this morning, with the position of the US on intellectual property rights. So these are some of the complementarities that can be explored. I think on the question of exclusion of certain countries, as I said, the US has the eligibility criteria. There are countries that have been excluded, and that is a matter for discussion within the context of the forum of AGOA. I believe the ministers of trade of eligible countries that this is something that they are giving particular attention to, and so over the next months, further discussions will ensue. The industries that potentially can benefit, you're absolutely correct, the automotive sector, including components manufacturing, not just assembly line activity, but more importantly, the manufacturing and production of components to bring in other countries to be part of the automotive value chain of Africa for exports to not only the United States, but potentially to other countries. The financial services sector, when AGOA is extended to include the services sector, here we see a lot of potential for collaboration, particularly in digital-enabled banking and financial services. We also see scope for benefit in the area of digital trade in general, not just specific to the financial services industry, but how we as a continent can take advantage of the capacity of the United States in the digital economy, and how, as an African continent, a fast-growing continent, how we can leverage on the digital economy to create jobs. So I believe there are areas that can be explored, including agriculture and agro-processing, and export of agricultural value-added goods, and the AfCFTA positions the continent well enough for us to explore that.
Thank you very much, SG. Colleagues, we can have another round of 3 questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Siphelele Dludla. I'm with Business Report newspaper. The AfCFTA is primarily concerned with increasing trade amongst African countries. AGOA is also concerned with increasing trade between the US and African countries. In this case, does AGOA not become an obstacle to AfCFTA? In other words, what I'm trying to ask is, with some countries being removed from getting AGOA benefits, does it not in other way benefit AfCFTA in that way? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Romain Chanson for Radio France International. You said that you don't want AGOA to undermine la ZLECAf. What are your concerns? How could AGOA undermine la ZLECAf? Thank you.
Hi, Joe Bavier from Reuters. As you mentioned, AGOA is a unilateral trade initiative. It's not a trade deal. Africa is undertaking the process of creating a bloc with clout. Have there been discussions with the United States about creating a more mature trade relationship that revolves around perhaps reciprocal trade concessions between the United States and the bloc as a whole? When do you expect the free trade area will be at a mature enough level to start negotiating those kinds of deals? Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the questions. If I may start with the last question, the AfCFTA, the free trade area, is exactly that, a free trade area. It's not a customs union. So if you contrast with the European Union, where under the Lisbon Treaty, the European Commission negotiates trade agreements for all member states of the European Union. We have not yet reached that level of integration. Individual countries, under the rules of the AfCFTA, are still able to negotiate bilaterally with third countries, subject to certain conditions. And so we are not at a point where we are in a position as the AfCFTA to negotiate with not just the US, but any other third country until we become a customs union, and until, which is the next step of integration that we intend to take, and until we have the legal mandate to do so. However, in the absence of a free trade area between the US, for example, and the African continent or the AfCFTA, I don't think that an absence of a legal instrument, a reciprocal trade agreement, precludes us taking certain steps, confidence-building measures, steps to enable market access that is reciprocal. For example, we can decide, which I have to say we have not explored with the US, it's still very early, we can decide that we want to recognize each other's certificates of origin, so that where an AfCFTA country issues certificates of origin, the US will recognize those certificates of origin from an export or import point of view. Similarly, in the protocol on investment, for example, I mentioned how certain legal principles for investment protection and facilitation, how we can mutually benefit from those. So I think there are critical steps that can be taken to enhance the relationship, to make it more commercially meaningful from a reciprocal market access point of view. But the underlying point you make is correct, that once we, AfCFTA and the United States, where there is a reciprocal trade agreement, that is where there could be full potential being unleashed. The question on whether or not AGOA could potentially be an obstacle to implementation of the AfCFTA, I think if we are not able to resolve this question of fragmentation that is potentially created, and I say potentially, where there are countries in North Africa, for example, who are not part of AGOA, that is something that may be an obstacle. However, if we are able to overcome, and it's a technical issue, I don't think it's really a political issue, it's a technical issue about how we make that legal technical alignment between the rules of the AfCFTA and AGOA. Countries that are not eligible, again, as I've said, there is criteria that the US invokes to determine eligibility, and that is as a matter of national law in the United States. You would have heard ministers of trade expressing a view that this needs to be relooked at. And of course, I don't want to go into those details because we, as the AfCFTA, are not involved in that discussion. But we are taking measures to make sure that the implementation of AGOA and the continued implementation of AGOA supports industrial development, supports regional integration, and supports the objectives of the AfCFTA. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, we have come to the end of our brief session. Thank you very much for your participation. See you in the next one. colleagues. I think the president of COSATU doesn't need any introduction, and due to limited time that she has, can we just get straight into it? Thank you, President.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, comrades. We, as organized labor, I think I speak here on behalf of organized labor, and we must say that one would recall that COSATU in particular has been part of the program when we went to Washington, D.C. in December and in July this year to campaign for South Africa to host AGOA as we have today, but also for the extension of AGOA beyond 2025. And we have worked with organized labor, AfCFTA, in our sister federation in the USA. We must say that for the first time that the annual AGOA summit has now included the labor leg, where COSATU and our sister movements from across Africa and the US, we have managed to place the cause of decent work firmly on the AGOA agenda, as we have just did. And we also believe that a renewed AGOA needs to include provisions to support compliance to good labor practices and also penalties to employers who flout labor laws. We must also say that the reason why we went and we were on the campaign trail with the Minister of Trade and Industry and Competitions is the understanding and the appreciation that if South Africa were to exit from AGOA, it would not only be a devastating blow to local jobs in South Africa, but also to the jobs throughout our region, and also it will add pressure to the already unmanageable migration flow to South Africa from the continent. The other issue that we also want to raise is that as a trade union federation movement, our responsibility is also towards ensuring that we protect jobs, and that is why we have always had our support for our government in ensuring that South Africa is hosting, but beyond that, we continue to advocate and request our sister federation in the US to also be our voice on that side to ensure that by next year, 2024, the United States of America, the Biden administration, before they go for their elections, they are able to renew AGOA for the next 10 years. Now, the impact that AGOA has had to the South African economy, in particular to jobs, has also been that we have managed to create over 450,000 jobs in the South African economy, but also beyond that, in the region, but also in the African continent. As you would also know that our mining, our manufacturing, and in particular auto manufacturing and clothing and jewelry, including agriculture, have benefited through the exports in terms of the favorable tariff regime. So others have asked us about the geopolitics in the world. When we went to the US in July, we were dealing, and in December, we were dealing with the Ukraine, Russia. And now, as we are hosting AGOA, we are dealing with the issues of Palestine and Israel. And we are saying our position would not change from where we stand on these two issues, but also it should not also conflict in terms of our mandate to protect jobs in South Africa. Now, lastly, we are saying whilst we also support South Africa's continued membership of AGOA, it is also important that our non-aligned role be strengthened when we deal with the geopolitics. And also it is critical for government and business simultaneously to also expand the trade and investment with other large trading partners, such as the European Union, China, Japan. As you would also know that we were part of the BRICS Trade Union Forum, and we think that by us diversifying and ensuring that we are not only focusing on one element, but South Africa is able to trade with all countries so that we are able to address our triple challenges, but also to ensure that, importantly, we trade within the African continent. We are dealing with the 42% of unemployment, 60%, which is the young people, and we are saying we really need aggressive investments in all industrial and economic development, including the exports, for us to take ourselves out of the crisis that we are finding ourselves in. And importantly, for us to be able to do that, we also strongly believe that we need to address the issues of energy in our country, the crime and corruption, and also the issues of rail and infrastructure. I wanted to just raise those few issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. Ladies and gentlemen, anybody who wants to ask a question? 1, 2, 3. I will take a round of 3 for now.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Kosa President. My name is Siphelele Dludla. I work for Business Report. A big US company is coming to invest in South Africa next year, Amazon, and they are known or not known for their good labor practices. I just wanted to get your comment on that as to what is COSATU's views on the labor practices that are normally flagged when it comes to Amazon and their employees, and how does COSATU wish to see this company practicing businesses in South Africa? Thank you.
Thank you. Romain Chanson from Radio France International. Did you fear that South Africa could be excluded from AGOA? And the ANC, the ruling party, has often strong words towards the US. Could this be a threat to the membership of South Africa in AGOA?
Good afternoon. My name's Helmer Preuss from Business Report. We've got 30 African trade ministers present at the forum. How many African trade union federations are present?
Thank you for the questions, President.
Thank you very much. I hope we will also allow Matthew Parks, our parliamentary officer and acting spokesperson, to also maybe add some few issues. On the ANC international trade relations, I hope I got it correctly. The reason why COSATU we went onto the campaign to Washington in December and in July was to ensure that we don't miss this opportunity. As I've said, that if we were to exit from this AGOA, the devastation is not only here in South Africa, but it is for the entire region and the African continent. Now, we must say that when we were in Washington in July, part of the discussions that were more of interest to the US counterparts was more about Lady R. And I think we've managed to put the position of South Africa in relation to the Ukraine and Russia. And we also said that there is an investigation, that we have commissioned an investigation on the issue of Lady R, and we have said to our US counterparts that if they have any information to share and evidence to that effect, they must bring it forward. So the onus was on them to really bring that, which they are saying that South Africa has sourced or exported arms to Russia. We have seen later on the outcomes of that it was not a reality. So we think that our international relations have stood the test of time. And we say this because whilst we were in Washington, we received a tweet from the president of Ukraine, thanking the president of South Africa for the intervention that he made when he took leaders of heads of states in Africa to go to Ukraine and to also meet with Russia. And had South Africa had a position on either of the two countries, I don't think we would have been able to make the interventions that the president of Ukraine appreciated that South Africa has made with the rest of other African leaders as we met both leadership of the both countries. And we think that because of our posture, it has also enabled us to be where we are today, South Africa hosting AGOA. And further to that, our counterparts, Ambassador Tai, has also said here that she will continue to advocate for South Africa to get an extension of AGOA of the next 10 years. Our counterparts in the trade union movement have said the same. And I think it should be able to give us comfort that our international relations posture is not the one that we could build enemies with anyone, but the one that seeks to bring peace and stability in the entire world. So we think that we would not be where we are had it been that our international relations was not really finding comfort with the rest of the world. On the issue of Amazon, in any investor that comes to South Africa, we have the Competitions Commission that deals with compliance of any company that comes to invest in South Africa. We have a union that is organizing in that sector, a union that is active in ensuring that any company that comes to invest in South Africa complies with the South African labor laws. And we can tell you now that we would not allow anything less. And even here, one thing that we have emphasized as the organized labor forum is the compliance of investors within the trade agreement, that they must make sure that they comply with decent work, but also they complied with the labor relations in the country that they are investing in. We will not settle for anything less. So we have had instances even in the auto industry where you would find that it could be individuals or companies that would come to South Africa with the hope that they are going to do the opposite. Trade unions who are strong would always stand up and say, if it is against the labor relations, if it is against the Constitution, if it is against the pillars of the ILO on decent work, we are not going to keep quiet, and we are going to ensure that we get compliance from the investor. I don't know if I remember.
Thank you. Mr. Parks, do you want to add?
The tenants agreements from across Africa.
How many did you bring?
Quite a few.
Well, I would have to check on the numbers, but we really have a few, because we have West Africa is here, East Africa is here, Southern Africa is here, and about 70. Yes, I think about 70. We have covered the entire African continent. 70. 70, yes.
This one, yeah. Maybe just on the last question. So we deliberately reached out to trade unions across Africa, also in the US as well, because this is a win-win situation for workers. We want to see workers having jobs. As President Zingia said, if workers in Botswana can find jobs, they don't need to feel the need to come to South Africa, etc. And there's been a very positive engagement we've had with the unions in the US, across Africa, in support of AGOA. So we have quite a healthy attendance. It's been a bit of a logistical effort, but I think also it's important to know that this is the first time that an AGOA forum has had a dedicated organized labor leg. This is something that Minister Ibrahim Patel and also Ambassador Tai specifically pushed for. So we haven't just been coming here as attendees, but we've actually been part of the organizing committee. So hence yesterday we had a dedicated organized labor section. Ambassador Tai, Minister Tulis Nglesi also came to address it. We also had a dinner last night with Ambassador Tai. So it's been quite a positive thing, and I think why Minister Patel was keen on it is because in South Africa we have a bit of a social compact approach. We're governed business and labor. We have one approach in terms of creating jobs, helping to grow the economy, generate revenue for the state, etc. So that's why even when we had the visit in July, it was government led by Minister Patel, Godongwana, and Chaveni, business leaders, trade unions as well, because we have one stand. So even today here in South Africa, in the forum, we have all 4 South African federations, so COSATU, FEDUSA, NACTU, SAFTU, even Solidarity, the trade union is here as well. So that's been positive, because then we can focus on what do we want as labor to come out of it, you know. As President Lossi was saying, an extension, early extension, how to increase the scope of goods covered, so not just mining or diamonds or petroleum or South African exports. If you look at some of the AGOA stats, it's a little bit depressing because some countries like Central Africa or Chad have almost got no goods being covered, or not covered, being exported. So that points to a crisis in Central Africa or Chad. What is their need? Is it around access to capital or just simple awareness or logistics, etc.? So we have engaged with the US government to say, how can we be more creative? I think we've also been, lastly, chairs, we've been heartened that Ambassador Tai has been quite bullish to us to say, don't be unambitious. Ask for more expansive, more aggressive AGOA, which can benefit workers. That's for us been positive. And I think that's why you find, irrespective of South Africa's ideological differences, whether it's NUMSA, or COSATU, or Solidarity, very diverse unions, we've all had one simple stance about how do we support jobs. I think lastly, Chair, it's also, we're having, I think, I'm not sure when, there'll be an engagement on the European preferential trade agreements too sometime down the road. So we've managed to build a kind of a core trade union caucus as South Africa, Africa, and the US around trade. So that's going to also be beneficial when you look at trade with Europe, BRICS, etc., etc. But thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. Colleagues, 3 more last questions. Opportunity. Is there any other question? Okay. Can I have another hand? This is going to be the last round. Okay, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I just want to know with regards to the current political climate. Yesterday we did ask the President, but we just wanted to know if you could just recap what is COSATU's view.
Sorry, can you please introduce yourself, and can I ask you to raise your voice a little bit?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Wilkinson, Salam Media. We just want to know COSATU's view. I did ask the President yesterday, but we just want to reconfirm the COSATU's view on AGOA, and will it affect the will the visit of the US delegation have any impact on the view on the union's view on the Middle East, and will COSATU be doing anything else besides boycotting for the current situation in Palestine? I know the union has always been in support, but we've seen that you are always protesting. So the question basically is, will the union be doing anything else besides protest?
In terms of being more ambitious, what has been the feedback in terms of your discussions about an extension beyond 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? What's the feedback? Is that feasible in terms of the US Congress?
Chandra, did you also want to ask? Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, indeed, this question was asked yesterday. Look, as I've said earlier on, when I was making a statement before we took questions, that we are very clear as the Federation on our stance in support of Palestine. The self-determination, we have participated on going to the US Embassy and protesting and calling for peace resolution and the implementation of the UN resolution on this matter. But also we have a responsibility as a federation, as I've said, to protect jobs for the growth of the economy. And COSATU's stance, and I made an example, that we have always supported and we continue to support Cuba. And we have called for the removal of the blockade by the US government. But Cubans have never asked us to boycott any trade relations with the US government. We have done the same with Venezuela, very clear on where we stand. Venezuelans have never asked us. So as Palestinians, by the way, they have never asked us to boycott any trade relations with the US. So when we stand on humanitarian, we also have South Africans and some who are coming, because there's migration that takes place. South African has a responsibility to also address the issue of migration as a result of political instability that takes place within the continent and the world. And in order for us to do that, we need to grow this economy. And if we are to grow this economy, we need to expand in terms of the investments and where we make investments. And what we emphasize upon is, as I've said earlier on, that when we have this trade relations, for example, the question that was asked about Amazon, is to make sure that there is compliance in terms of the fair labor practice, decent work being at the agenda, but in terms of the politics and where we stand, it does not deter us from standing for the humanitarian and ensure that there's peace and stability in the world. So as we did when we went in pursuit of us hosting AGOA and the extension of AGOA beyond 2025 for the next 10 years and beyond. It was in the middle of Ukraine and Russia war. But we were very clear on where we stand. We stand for peace, we stand for peace and stability in the world, but also we can't then say, we must cease trade relations. We are sitting with 42% of unemployment in South Africa. We're dealing with 60% of young people who are unemployed. We're dealing with issues of migration. People who are losing hope in their countries for political instability that leads to economic instability are leaving their countries not because they wish so, but because they are trying to mend for their families and they come to South Africa. If South Africa cannot then grow its economy and expand its trade relations, I think we are the hope that also the African continent has. And we must say that AGOA is not just for South Africa. AGOA is for the region, is for the continent. That is why when we went to Washington in July, we also had a backing of the ambassadors of the African Union to say that we stand behind South Africa, for South Africa to host AGOA, but also for South Africa to be extended the AGOA contract beyond 2025 for 10 years and even beyond, because the critical importance of it is not just limited to South Africa. It is about the African continent, and we're linking it also to the African Continental Free Trade Area. And we're saying this is bigger than all of us, but we must manage the geopolitics, but we must also be able to say, if we are, for an example, in trade relations with BRICS, And one is going to ask us, why are you in trade, why are you in AGOA when you are in BRICS? But China is having trade relations with the US. India is having trade relations with the US. Brazil is having trade relations with the US. Why must South Africa then exclude itself? Because these other countries are able to balance the two. Yes, we may have ideological differences, but we have economies to grow in order to build our economies and be able to trade with the global world.
Thank you. Mr. Park, anything?
I can just,
Your question.
Can just on the question you're asking there about the kind of response and the way forward. No, I think when we went to the US in December, I think we could see the waters were a little bit hot. And I think there were some mistakes on all sides. And look, none of us are responsible for the conflicts in Ukraine and Russia or Israel and Palestine, and there always is going to be some conflict. I think as President Lotz is saying about managing that, there'll be differences. Even in a family you have differences. Even in COSATU, it's a very noisy organization. We have different unions, different contexts and sectors. But I think we've seen in our subsequent engagements after Lady R with the US government, whether it's at the State Department or Department of Labor or the USTR, or the embassies, or the unions, a really positive shift. I think now the discussion has not been about whether or not we extend AGOA and why should we extend AGOA, it's about the modalities and what will a new AGOA look like. And the engagement we've had from people, colleagues in the US Congress, whether it's Democrats or Republicans, they've said, no, we support AGOA bipartisan. That's always how it's been done by different Democratic and Republican presidential administrations. And I think the common message from all of them has been about it will be extended, but what should the new AGOA look like? So I think the conversation has shifted there, which is quite positive because we've also wanted to see how do you improve it? Because even for South Africa, 10% of our trade is with the US, and 20% of that is covered through AGOA products. So that's good, it's critical, you know, around motor manufacturing, etc. But can't we be a bit more ambitious when you have an unemployment rate of 42%, we have huge opportunities? And you can see the potential, like Lesotho has really grown significantly, a very poor country, which has a huge umbilical relationship with South Africa. If Lesotho doesn't do well, South Africa must carry the cost. So I think really it's been about how do you improve it, the scoping of goods covered, how do you give support for those who struggle to access it. There's been a lot of positive discussions amongst African, South African and US labor unions and even the US government about how do you include some sort of a labor clause to incentivize or reward companies who embrace good labor practices, like the colleague was saying, and how do you penalize companies, not countries, but companies, who might violate labor laws too. So we need to get the right instruments. You don't want to unintentionally punish an entire country, because there'll always be some employer who's going to misbehave. But I think for us it's more about the modalities. We have looked at discussion beyond AGOA, what could a life beyond AGOA look like? But we thought, now let's extend AGOA, the time pressures are there, it must be done by September 2025. But there will be need for discussion beyond that about a broader thing. And I think that's why there's been a lot of discussion about how do you link it to the African continental free trade area, which is still in its baby steps, it's still just infant stages. But it's been quite a positive discussion, so we're quite optimistic. But yeah, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of it. Thank you very much for your time.